Well, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And we are here in what was a very rainy Okakuyo last night. And it's going to be interesting to see what the dynamics of the day are and how they unfold. Just because with the rain, there's a high possibility of groundwater. And it does mean that a lot of the animals might take that opportunity to forage a little further away. So we're just going to have to wait and see how this plays out. Of course, lovely audio from those European bee-eaters. One or two, looks like springbok, perhaps some impala off in the distance there. So we're just going to have to wait and see how the dynamics of the day kind of work out. But obviously we'll be a bit cooler from that rain. And of course, you can even see the state of the ground because it is also a little bit sodden. So interesting scenes. And an interesting start to the morning. But yes, you are here with me, Alex, and I'm here in Okakuyo, coming to you also from Mashatu and Djuma respectively, and we'll be joined with Liam and Andrew in Amakhala in the Eastern Cape. So, as I said, an interesting day, and we're just going to have to wait and see how it all pans out. But fun nevertheless. I'm sure lots of bird life just because of that rain, the possibility of alates and the things like that coming out is quite high. So lots of bird activity, at least for now. And we'll just have to see how this unfolds. But it is time to check at the weather and let's see what it's doing across the different locations today. So it does seem that the weather is probably a little overcast everywhere, but we've got some lovely black-faced impala coming to join us. It'll be interesting to see if the two herds join up, how the dynamics with them kind of happen and play out. So let's just wait and see. Some really big impala rams as well, so awesome to see that too. It looks like a little bachelor herd and some ewes coming through. So let's get in a little closer. A lovely chorus with those European bee-eaters. They really do make and have such an awesome call. So nice to hear that. Of course, let's just try and make sure we keep everyone in frame. Got a peaceful start, a nice way to kick off the day. So that first dab check as well. And for those of you who have obviously tuned in, please obviously be aware that this is a live and immersive experience and it is your journey into the African wilderness. So do send through any questions, comments, things you'd like us to touch on or further expand on. It is always fantastic when we do get to interact with you guys. So let us know if there is anything you want us to chat further about. But if you see this ram here on the right hand side, really impressive set of horns on him, and I've actually got to get a little bit closer because that is something else. Really awesome set of horns on him. Very wide set and massive as well. So probably 6 years of age or so. They do generally hit full maturity at around 6. But it does look like his coat is a little tatty. Perhaps some mange, I'm not too sure just yet, but awesome to see regardless. Very nice set of horns on this ram. Hi Bianca, so these impala are actually endemic to this area. So from Etosha through into Damaraland and up into southeastern Angola. So endemic to the area. And I do think while these guys' coats do look a little bit shabby right now. It's because of the rain, so perhaps a little damp as well. But that characteristic black face on them, and if we do see impala at any of the other locations, I'll show you the difference too. But really spectacular, lovely to see, and a ram with horns this size, super impressive. So really quite cool. Lovely horns, as I said. And I do think because of that rain last night, that is why they're looking a little disheveled. Not a problem. Awesome to see our impala. Good to tick them off the list. Hi, Kelsey. No, that isn't the case, although there are impala up in East Africa that are also known to have very big horns, much like the bull or this ram that we just saw now. Really wide set and rather impressive as well. So, up in East Africa, known to also be very big of that size. But there are obviously impala in certain areas here in South Africa that also have massive horns. But with a spread like that, probably here, and of course up in East Africa. But as I said, these are a subspecies, and those that are up in East Africa are the same that we would get here in Southern Africa. So it kind of does separate, and it's because of the geographical range and difference. These are a little bit more arid adapted than those we get in South Africa up into East Africa, into Kenya and Tanzania. So it looks like they are slowly moving off. I'm going to zoom back out. Of course, we'll have to wait and see who else is around. There's a wildebeest off in the distance, but doesn't look like he's that keen to come down and join us. You can hear the audio of all those Namakwa sandgrass as well. And maybe with it being so overcast and quite cool, we could be in for a couple of black rhino treats. Who knows? Remains to be seen. But that would be a little cherry on the cake. And perhaps even some predators. So who knows?
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
So still just taking in all of the bird life at the moment. Very pleasant sounds. A very pleasant morning as well. The wind's completely died down. And the surface of that waterhole kind of looks like glass. So fantastic start here in Okakuyo. Lovely to see those black-faced impala and get in all this audio of our European beaters. But it is time for us to link over to Liam, say good morning to him and see what's going on in Kariega.
And a very, very good morning to you all, folks, and welcome to Escaping to Nature with me, Liam, where I'm coming to you live from the plains in Kariega, where we're joined by a journey of giraffe. And there's this one in the foreground here who was part of the journey that was actually journeying towards those in the background, and then seemed to have stopped over for a bit of a browse on a tree, who I seem to have just noticed only now that there's a jackal buzzard in. Folks, if you have a look carefully, you'll see in the middle of those two giraffes at the top of screen, there is indeed what appears to be a jackal buzzard on the top of the tree. Quite an eventful scene here unfolding in front of our eyes. Yeah. So we haven't had too many views of the jackal buzzard of late, and so it's really nice to see they are always around here on the plains. And they've been actually quite busy with trying to look for a lot of afterbirth from the blesbok and the impala that have been giving birth to quite a few young of late. It's them and the yellow-billed kites who have been quite active in looking for those little bits of protein. So it's been quite entertaining to watch. You'll see every now and then a jackal buzzard, or even the crows as well, the Cape crows. There's also been some visiting ravens, and so all these birds of prey seem to be looking for those little bits of afterbirth. And you'll see when a yellow-billed kite dips down and lands seemingly in the middle of an open plain, which is quite an unusual place to see a yellow-billed kite because they're mostly on the wing. And you have a closer look and you find a jackal buzzard and maybe a crow. And there's a good chance that there was a young antelope born in that area shortly before. But certainly a very lovely scene here with this journey of giraffe. Slowly they are dispersing into the thickets above, where you can see some have made their way in already to start browsing.
So we sadly did just lose Liam there. He will be back with us, but again, peaceful scenes here in Okakuyo. Not too much going on the wildlife front, but lots of European bee eaters and lots of smaller swifts and swallows kind of taking in water off the surface too. So we do have Namakwa sandgrass, the dab chicks, yet to see the Egyptian goose, and I'm sure we will also have our plethora of blacksmith lapwings with us as well. So let's just keep some tabs going on, but I do think it's going to be an interesting day. Probably not too many wildlife sightings, but we'll just have to wait and see how it unfolds. Of course, our two dab chicks scooting about as usual. One or two hornbills. There is our Egyptian goose. The black-headed heron has not yet shown up either. And we are, of course, awaiting the Cape and pied crows to turn up as well. So it's a cool scene. Nice to watch our goose as it forages around. As I said, you can just pick up the audio of these blacksmith lapwings and the hornbill, and of course our Egyptian goose having a little forage around. So interesting to see. Lots of Namakwa sandgrass too, and it does seem that we are going to be doing a fair amount of birding and bird audio. So our goose clearly leaving the frame. So I'm going to just zoom out again. Try and pick up on anything else. So quite a cool scene unfolding there. But apparently Liam is back. So we're back off to Liam down in Kiriga.
And welcome back. The giraffe who was feeding on the tree earlier seems to have moved off down the drainage line. The drainage line, of course, being this low section of tree line. But our jackal buzzard still seems to be there on top of the tree on slightly left of center of the screen. Cannot tell you offhand what tree that is, but yeah, there's a jackal buzzard perched on top there. Jackal buzzards will often actually sit on top of these trees and just gaze over the landscape below. You might from time to time find prey that way. They might find something moving on the ground that they might want to snatch up, and so a nice tall tree such as the one it's sitting on is some food. And also will have views onto both sides of the riverbed there, so got options, this jackal buzzard. I'm gonna take our attention now. Well, let me scan around and see if I can find something else to entertain you with. In the meantime, let's go and have a look at what's happening with Alex at Okokweyo.
Thanks, Liam, and unfortunately not too much. The black-faced impala kind of just off there to the first little clump of vegetation, one or two of the dab chicks, and again just our bird audio to keep us busy at the moment. So a peaceful scene regardless. Those clouds do seem rather heavy, and as I said, not too much wind either, so a very smooth glass-like top here at Okokweyo. And you can just see those Namakwa sandgrouse coming down as well, so nice to see them in good numbers. They do occur here in very strong numbers as well. An interesting bird, the sandgrouse family, regardless, but lovely audio that they do make, and their vocalizations really are a very cool little bubbly sound. It does seem like it is time for us just to sit back, see if those impala do want to come back, but take in the morning scenes here, enjoy some of this bird audio and action that is going on here. So still here in Okokweyo, and I'm just going to be taking in some of the bird audio for now. Just watching those dab chicks scoot around and awaiting the next animals to come and approach us. Sampala kind of moving off to the distance. Lots going on, obviously, with the birds. But not too much. Pretty tough to ID any of these smaller birds right now that are taking off and enjoying some of the water. So I'm assuming swallows, martins, or swifts of some form. But with them being so far away and so small, this is rather tough to guarantee an ID for you all. But nice to see nonetheless. There's still lots of activity with our sandgrasses. Of course, the audio of the European bee eaters just all over the show. Lovely to hear them like this. Huge numbers around, obviously, at the moment. And I'm sure with the rain, as I said earlier, lots of insect life around. So plenty of food available. And there's a high possibility that there are a number of termite aeleates around too. And that is possibly why we have all this audio around us at the moment. But again, a bit of speculation. But great to hear our little sandgrass as well. So just getting that audio of those red-billed spurfowl. Hi, Cara. And let me just give that some thought. 'Cause there are some interesting birds of prey up in East Africa, but I also have a number of birds of prey I want to see in the world. Some of the different serpent eagles and that across in Asia, the Harpy's eagle as well in the Philippines, and obviously some that are in Central and South America. So tough to really say, but perhaps one of these serpent eagles in Asia would be the one that's probably highest on the list at the moment. I've been fortunate to see a number of birds of prey, but I think, yes, some birding on a different continent would be interesting. And some of those birds of prey would definitely be high up on the bucket list, that is for sure. There's still lots going on, and awesome to hear. Also some of those southern masked weavers too. And I think I can hear another species of sandgrouse as well. I'm assuming it's birchals. I'm going to just have to check that out. So it did sound like perhaps we got some audio of a birch or sandgrouse, but I haven't heard it again. So just keeping an ear out for that. Of course, keeping an eye out and eyes peeled for anything that might be coming through to join us. Probably time for us to look down any of the game paths. Looks like our Egyptian goose is back, so perhaps spending some time with that. Watching it as it forages around with the dab chick. Probably the most action we'll have for the moment. So still cool to watch and lovely to see. But this goose itself hasn't set up shop with another, so it doesn't have a partner. They are monogamous, and they are known to actually be more closely related to the shell ducks and not geese itself. But they are obviously called Egyptian geese, an Egyptian goose, hence why we would call any young goslings and not ducklings. But both them and the biggest waterfowl, the spurwing goose, both more closely related to the shell ducks, and actually more closely then related to the true ducks out there. This goose actually is rather dark in color, and I'm not too sure if it's actually had its first kind of molt, or is a young goose itself, just because obviously it hasn't got a partner just yet. But there is a chance that it is quite a young goose, and obviously waiting to set up shop. But amazing that in such a dry, arid area, this Egyptian goose is here. And they are found pretty extensively throughout southern Africa, and in a lot of urban areas. They are really overpopulated, and fortunately for them, there are a number of projects that have taken on to kind of drop those numbers, because it can also affect the biodiversity with regards to some of the smaller waterfowl. So it is something that is looked at, in particular on golf courses, because they do take a lot of those green shoots. So in some of the more urban areas, it has been looked at keeping the Egyptian goose numbers down to help boast the biodiversity of other waterfowl that might occur in an area. But interesting to see, obviously very raucous. I myself do call them the Parkhurst alarm clock, because they do nest in a house or so away from me. And you definitely do know when it is nesting season, that is for sure. Just picking up on some of that audio from the hornbills. Does sound like the southern yellow-billed hornbill. Of course, some weavers as well, and really quite a bit going on. But we'll just stick here with our goose for now. Always interesting watching how they go through, and picking up any aquatic matter that might be there for it. Obviously, having had that deluge of rain, I'm sure there'll be a couple of green sprouts coming up too, and this goose will enjoy that as well. But that'll be in the weeks to come. Perhaps in the next few days, I'm not sure, but it'll be interesting to see.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
grebe seems to have popped out. But just interesting to know. Obviously, I did allude to the fact that they are most widely spread and commonly found grebes in southern Africa. And they do form prey of the tawny eagle, which we see quite regularly here. So I'm sure I'll do that typical grebe thing and scoot and drop under the water when those tawny eagles do come down for a drink. But they are also prey of the Cape clawless otter, which we wouldn't get here. They are far more abundant in river systems, and obviously in areas where fishing and that takes place. So, for example, here in Dahlstrom, where in the next few days after I get back from the Kalahari, I will be there doing some high-felt birding and hopefully see a Cape clawless otter as well while fishing. But they would also form prey of those Cape clawless otters. And there are a lot of grebes there, and I know there was a lot of fish, so I'm hoping that Cape clawless otter is on the list. Also going back to the area where I saw my first aardwolf. So looking very forward to being in an area that is very diverse, and actually in two diverse areas, desert through to wet, rainy, high-veld. So very, very cool. But we are back here with our Egyptian goose still foraging along. And of course looking for the aquatic matter. So probably feeding more on algae and that might have started to form. Of course, with all the animals that do come through here, there's a lot of dung that does get dropped in. Of course, that with the heat would then also form algae and that kind of thing too. So there's a high chance that more than likely going for little deposits like that, as well as perhaps little invertebrates too, but far more vegetarian by nature. You can actually just see the flocks of these Namakwa sandgrass as well. So fortunately we won't be able to pick up those European bee-eaters that are also creating such a nice call at the moment. They are really stunning birds, lovely blue, almost yellows, and to some degree browny kind of golden colors on them, almost turquoise as well in some areas. But there are two separate subpopulations that do migrate down, some more from Central Europe and others from a little more east of that, Ukraine and that kind of area, much like the European roller as well. So there are some differences within their colorations from subpopulations that do come down here. A lot of research done on that. And of course, those migrations monitored quite extensively by the various different birdlife organizations that really do a lot for conservation with regards to those birds as well. So I'm going to zoom out again and just check to see if we don't have anything else approaching. So the sun trying its hardest to push through any of the cloud cover here, but it does look like this is kind of set for the day. Perhaps it'll burn off, but very interesting to see. So lovely and cool here for a change in Okaukuejo, and I'm sure welcome respite for the animals that are around in the area. So picking up the first audio of our acacia-pied barbet, and I have said it in the past that this is the most widely spread of the barbets that we do get in southern Africa. A number of very cool birds, they really are awesomely covered and coloured. So the crested, of course the double-collared acacia-pied, and a number of others in terms of the little tinker birds as well. They also have very cool calls, very raucous, some of them. Yellow-rumped tinkerbird, for example, though, it does sound like a fruit bat that is calling. But you'd also get those green barbets, and actually into Asia and Nepal, some really majestically coloured barbets, and related to those barbets as well. So very green, blue, and red on some of those birds, and really an awesome family of birds as well. One of the more colourful, and of course, very vocal, loud birds too. Hi Anton, thanks for your question. And Anton wants to know, with regards to the migration of birds, do individuals go back to where they were the previous year? So Djuma birds will go back to Djuma, and with regards to the birds of prey, so Wahlberg's eagles, they'll go back to those nests that they did have the previous year and years prior to that. And with regards to the other migrating birds, yes, it's very, very possible and generally the case that those birds then do go back. But I mean, there is a bit of seasonal movement, and with regards to some of the cuckoos, I do think it might change up a little bit, because they are parasitic breeders, and they would then be looking for, say for example, starlings that they would parasite then, and so that would really come down to where those starlings and that might be nesting, any other birds that they then do also hijack those nests of. But definitely with regards to the birds of prey, they would try to be using the very same nests seasonally. But with some of the others it might change up, because that starling might not be there anymore, and they might have to find another host. So it might change up, and I do think it does change up with birds such as the cuckoos. But with birds of prey, it doesn't change up. So For example, the Wahlberg's eagle, straight back to the same nest again. And what's interesting enough as well is most of the birds that are, say, endemic or that they are here all year round, so for example the tawny eagles, will actually coincide their breeding more in the drier seasons. Of course, there's less competition with those that have then migrated down and would then be nesting during that period. So the migratory birds generally nesting here now at this time. Those are obviously the predatory birds, and those that are localized residents or resident to an area would try and coincide their breeding more towards the drier months. So still just taking the opportunity to clearly wait on any animals that are coming down, but also just enjoying the bird audio that is here. A very peaceful start to the day. Looks like the wind is slowly starting to pick up. And that obviously as it is getting a bit warmer. It is around mid-morning. So still quite a bit going on. Of course, just listening to our weavers, the European beaters, and it does look like the majority of the sandgrass have kind of moved on. I'm sure we will start to pick up the blacksmith lappings like we just did there. And of course the crows will be around at some point too. So lovely to hear. I'm enjoying this chorus of the European beaters. Really is awesome. Actually, one of my favorite sounds as the summer months come in. I do always listen out for them and also listen to when they leave in around mid-April or so. It does depend on the year and how much rain has happened, at least in Joburg. But always interesting. So still just taking in our bird audio, waiting to see if anyone comes to join us. Well, the crows starting to kick off there as well. And of course, if I do see any movement, I will take us in closer. But there isn't too much going on here at the moment. And I guess patience is just the order of the day. So time for us to have a little scan around again. Perhaps we will start to pick up some movement, but to the moment, we wait in patience. So not too much movement. Off to the top of us, just watching that Mapani line or tree line, trying to figure out if there is anything that is meandering about. As impala have definitely left the scene, and that lone wildebeest that we did have visual of earlier also making a beeline for the thickets. Well, that was actually some of the first life we've seen for some time. One of the Okakuya staff members just helping to tidy up after yesterday's storm. So we'll leave him to it and continue our search for wildlife in and amongst the concrete. So it does sound like the plethora of European beaters have also started to wane at the moment. I'm just going to have to sit and pick up who the next wave of birds will be, and the chorus that will then take over. You can definitely hear those southern masked weavers though, but waiting on the rest to unfold for us.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
So, of course, not too much, and it does seem that the majority of the European beaters and that were giving us such a nice vocal start to the day have mostly left, along with some of the sandgrass too. So, in saying that, let's go over and see what is going on across in Mshatu, and if there's any action across there. So, lots going on here, different bird audio completely, and of course, very different scenes with regards to the amount of vegetation that is here. Get some thick cloud cover. And no doubt rather humid here in Mashatu. But we did notice our crocodile the other day. And we'll just have to check what is going on and around here. So trying to hopefully pick up our spur-winged geese. Perhaps our Egyptian goose family too. Just make something underneath the tree here. I'm just going to have to come a little bit across. It looks like it could actually be some vervet monkeys. So we've got some vervet monkeys here. Really, really quite cool. Lovely to see them about. Not all the time we get to see them here. It's generally the baboons, but there is a healthy population of vervet monkeys here in Mashatu. I'll try and get in a little closer. Contrary to popular belief, there's actually vervet monkeys that are far more aggressive towards human beings than baboons would ever be. And there's a youngster there as well. So quite cool being able to get this little scene in. But as I was saying, far more aggressive and much like with hyena as well, almost with the ability to sense testosterone and estrogen. And the males can actually be quite a problem and pain when there are just females around. So they are known to harass women too. And I've even seen it with hyenas being able to pick up on estrogen and testosterone and being far more bold around women with their higher estrogen levels, obviously, and really being far more bold and can be rather scary too if you're unprepared for an encounter with either of the two. But even with younger children too, also capitalizing and creating mischief and mayhem. Lots of little ones as well. So very cool. Lovely to see. They are very good sentries and alarm callers for leopard and the likes as well in many areas. Something when driving around or even walking, if we do hear the alarm calls of vervet monkeys, we generally stop to listen and pinpoint where they are, because they're a very good indicator of any predator that would be around. And that could be from bird of prey through to one of the bigger cat species, even pythons. But lovely to see them. Unfortunately, we do have what I think is an umbrella thorn that is right in our way here. Sometimes quite tough to make out the trees exactly here, just because quality does dip. You can't see the tree and the leaves exactly, but you just hear the audio of those Egyptian geese, and of course the monkeys bouncing and bounding around here in the tree. So very, very cool. Nice little sighting, and awesome that they turned up for us. Getting a bit worried there, but nice that the vervet monkeys came through and saved bacon. But yeah, they are kind of in quite a thick area, so tough to make out where they all are. Of course, the audio of our woodlands kingfisher. So lovely to see all these different vervet monkeys, and of course very, very cool with all the youngsters. And with it being rather thick, I'm sure we might lose a lot of them. But it does seem like it's quite a large troop. So interesting just to see. So very cool. Lovely to have diversity again. And these are actually the first animals we've picked up here in Mashatu in a number of days. So very awesome. Lovely to see. And of course all the youngsters too. Very, very cool. So fantastic to get to see some vervet monkeys, but we do have some rather special friends across in Okakuyo, and it's time for us to check in with them. So it did take some time clearly, but patience has borne fruit, and of course here with 2 elephant bulls, African hoopoe as well calling in the background. And interesting, this one on the left has got rather good tusks for this area. They almost seem full and unbroken. There's this one here on the left, on the right hand side. You can see the tip has gone. So once these two kind of turn around, we'll have a look and see. But it's not often that we see ellies with full tusks here in Okakuyo. But again, another interesting point that I always do refer to is the fact that these ellies don't have much hair on their tails, and in particular the bulls. But great to have them coming through. Lovely to see that family of vervet monkeys as well. But elephant bulls for the win. And lovely to see. Awesome scene. And as you can see here on this bull, the one that I alluded to having a rather full left tusk, the tip of his right tusk seems to be broken. So elephants are either left or right sided, and we would lean towards this ellie bull on the left hand side of us being a right sided ellie, so right handed or right, I suppose, footed, if you want to call it that. And I'm going to get a look at our other ellie and check to see the state of his right trunk. But both big bulls, very thick and wide set between those trunks, massive shoulders and heads as well. So back just to enjoying a peaceful scene with our Ellies. Obviously not doing too much, just enjoying a drink. But fantastic that they did come through. And awesome to have them with us right now. Hi Natalie, so there are a number of pans and water holes that are pumped here in Etosha, but of course there are seasonal pans as well. And even the Etosha pan, the big pan that is visible from space, does fill up over the rainy season itself. That is when we do get large numbers of flamingos and that in the area. And obviously all the interesting dynamics that then follow with that. But there are a number of seasonal pans, and because of that it does mean that the animals do disperse quite extensively as well then. But there are also a number of pumped water holes too. So really precious scenes here at the moment. These two Ellies thoroughly relaxed. By no means anywhere near must it seems. And a little darker than usual due to the rain that would have fallen yesterday. I'm sure a little bit of a spray painting and concrete dusting is probably on the cards at some point, to which they will then return to their white ghost of Etosha look. So just enjoying a precious scene at the moment. Of course the Ellies do have their backs to us, but they are here nonetheless, and always fantastic to sit with elephants regardless. They are majestic. It's always nice to spend time with elephants. I carve in, and it will really depend on the area that those elephants are found in, because some are obviously found in far more arid areas, for example the desert adapted elephants, But some big bulls can actually take upwards of 150 odd liters. So it does obviously depend on the area where they're found, their accessibility to that water. That, for example, those desert adapted elephants, they do also then have the adaptation where they have been able to evolve and have then now started to use their pineal glands to store water while they do walk along those very arid and dry areas up further west of us in the Maraland. It is an adaptation that they have taken on. So, of course, desert adapted elephant would then perhaps take on far more water at a single setting, sometimes up to 200 liters. It really does depend also how long ago they might have drunk, but on average you're looking at around 100 liters a day. But a big bull, that could be more, and as I said, it could also be on the area. And it's noted that there are actually other populations of desert elephant in the world, not just the ones here in Etosha. Those are up in Mali, and in fact there is a small population in Eritrea as well. At least it's thought that both of them are still extinct. The ones in Mali taking a very, very big clobbering of late with the amount of unrest and war that is going on up there. And in Chad, but, the Chad population seems to have stabilized a little bit more. But again, across in Eritrea, it is also thought that there are still a small remaining population of desert adapted elephant up there as well. And whether they have that ability to use their pineal gland like the ones here in Southwest Africa would have, so that would be Namibia into Angola, or into Angola, Southeast Angola through Damaraland, that I'm unsure of just yet, but it is noted that they have evolved to now use that pineal gland to store water for those long distances that they have to travel. But for example, in areas where they do occur obviously in great numbers along the Zambezi River, which is in fact the elephant corridor of the world, and that being the Savannah elephant corridor of the world, along the Zambezi is constant water. So, with that amount of access, they would be drinking more frequently and then taking on less water at a time. So on average then around 100 liters odd. And even in, say, the Kruger Park along some of those major river sources, the Sabi, the Letaba, Olifants, the Vuvu, and to some degree the Limpopo, they then also have a lot of access to that water then as well. So needing less of it, as well as in areas such as Mashatu too. So even those up in Chobe, having a lot more access to water. So it would change, and it does depend on the area. Of course, there's obviously a difference with regards to the forest elephants that we do get up in Central African Republic into the Congo, where, obviously with the rainfall that does fall there, they also then have to supplement their diet. There's a lot of the clay in that, and that's why they've created those things called the bais. And the bais themselves are where they take a lot of that mineral requirement that they do need. Because although it rains a lot in the rainforest, it doesn't necessarily mean that a nutrient requirement and uptake is as perfect as what we would think. So that is why they do then take on clay deposits and that and create those biosystems to then envelop and take in those minerals that are lacking in their diets. And interestingly enough, Liam actually was mentioning it the other day, and bongo, a very rare antelope that is adapted to follow, basically track the forest elephants to kind of feed off those deposits and that they might leave and the destruction that they then take. So very interesting dynamics, and of course very different in the rainforest to out here in more arid areas and across into the bushveld areas of Africa as well, in Savannah. So one Ellie getting a little deeper, and I do think we're probably going to see him splashing himself with some of the sediment inside this waterhole. Yep, doing exactly that. Sun is starting to come out, and a lot of that concrete deposit that would have been sprayed on them prior to that has now come off, so been washed off by the rain. So a little splish splash, spray paint with mud, just to get that sunscreen back on the Ellie. And of course from there, once it does dry, turning that characteristic white color. An awesome scene unfolding now, and I think both our bulls are going to be doing exactly that. Kind of doing that Kikuyu Coast Customs job on themselves. Hi Julia, thanks for your question. And it really will depend on the season. As I was touching on earlier, you know, with the rain that does start to fall in the rainy season, they don't generally have to travel as far because of the seasonal water that is then available for them. But during the drier months, they do obviously have to have access to food and water, so they will travel far further. And I'm not too sure exactly what a round trip would be like for an elephant. You'd probably find that bulls might travel a little bit further than, say, a breeding herd. And it is something I'm just going to look up for us, because it is rather interesting, but I don't want to give a figure or information out that might be entirely incorrect. But I do assume that in the drier seasons, bulls probably walk a little bit further than the breeding herds and cows, just because of the young that are with them, and that then tailoring off and when the seasonal pans are operational. And I do and would like to think it's around probably 20 kilometers odd in a day, that I could be very far off with most of those things. Yeah, so something I do need to read a little bit further into, but I would say plus 20 odd kilometers in the dry season. But probably you find moving from water source to water source. So it would depend on the distances between those water sources, and then also the distances from vegetation and access to food that they might have. These Ellies seem to be missioning off. A couple of wildebeest also coming into frame. I think as it is getting a little bit warmer, we'll possibly have some more life around. But let's get in and have a look at our kudu for now, and we can then check in with those wildebeest. So very fortunately we have had some action start to turn up, but it is also time for us to head across to Andrew, BK and Makala, and say good morning to them.
Thanks very much and good morning. Hello everybody, welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve. We're definitely watching a beautiful group of buffalo over here. A good example of the Eastern Cape bushveld. My name is Andrew. I'll be taking on safari this afternoon, and I do have Mr. BK behind the camera. Hope you're all doing fantastically well, and I think it's quite nice that we have managed to find these buffaloes over here. Nice to watch buffaloes out here. This is the Leeuwenbush Flats area. It's been a while since they have come here. And the reason why I'm so excited to see these buffaloes is, and in case you didn't catch it from this morning's drive, the sunrise drive, is that because of the amount of rain that was on the game reserve yesterday, we are sort of on what they call green roads, which means that they are non-clay roads, which we will drive on, and then all the clay roads, which are black roads, we need to avoid, as we'll probably slip and slide. And so semi-limited this morning and afternoon, but we'll make it work. And of course, buffaloes helping us out here. Beautiful. Now I say that we haven't seen them in this area for quite a while. I would say probably the last 3 weeks I haven't seen them out here in Leeuwenbush Flats area, whereas on some occasions they are quite common to be seen out in the Leeuwenbush Flats side. So it just goes to show how they do move around. Nice view of the calf there. Oh, there's a jackal calling. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Alright, so I just want to get some binoculars for BK. I think he spotted something, but jackals are vocalizing at the moment. Just wondering if it's not those youngsters with the adults at the moment busy calling. What do you see, BK? Where about? It's a little bit difficult. So, Harry, you're quite right. Young buffaloes are quite sweet and quite cute. And of course they stick to mom pretty closely. And very well protected by not just the mom, but by the rest of the group as well. What's interesting here is if, say there was sign of danger, which, you know, they're going to come across at some point, the big bull buffaloes are going to sort of surround all the females and calves, which will be in the middle. They surround them like almost like a boma, which is like a fence around them, if you will. And then if any problems or predators do come after them, then they're going to have to take the bulls on. And the bulls are a lot more powerful than what the females and of course the calves are, and they're going to actively defend the females and the young calves. It's interesting, they are very relaxed at the moment. I think they are quite happy that there's a gap in the weather. Heavy torrential rain and lightning does frighten them. Jessica, nice to hear from you. I wouldn't say limited predators, because of course there are lions on Amakhala, and so lions do hunt buffalo from time to time. You know, with the dynamics at the moment, I'm sure it'll be young buffalo. But in previous times, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I know of full-grown buffaloes that were hunted by lions on Amakhala. I'm just listening to the guinea fowl in the great distance. You won't be able to hear it, but of course those guinea fowls would be alarming because they're probably seeing that jackal that we heard vocalizing. And could very well be the adults with the pups that we were following for quite some time, who have become quite mobile at the moment, and I think they're not too far from us. We'll just keep our eyes and ears open for them. But now buffaloes are incredibly powerful animals, and even for big carnivores like lions, they need to really pick their battles with buffaloes very carefully. So not all lions are going to show interest in hunting buffalo. Sometimes it's just too risky. So rather go for something else rather than take such a big risk. But of course, in nature, when it comes to predators and prey, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. So of course this morning and some portions of last night when the storm stopped, I think these buffaloes would have grazed quite a bit. Re-chewing that cud, able to just get a bit more deeper digestion out of what they're eating just by re-chewing it, making it finer and finer and finer until it eventually is expelled out the body. So I want to see if I can show you how you can spot the males from the females when it comes to buffalo. I think BK, if we can maybe just try and get these groupings over here, because I see there's a male there and a female, so it's a good comparison. There we go. So you'll notice the one with the very thick horns at the base. Yeah, boy, that's the one. Look at those horns, nice and thick. Got quite a well-formed boss on top of the head, which in sort of easier terms to remember, a boss is going to be like a helmet piece on top of the skull for fighting, of course. And if you go a little bit to the right-hand side, sorry, the left-hand side, there we go. There's a female that's busy ruminating there. So you can see not so thick horns, and also it's lacking, or she's lacking a boss, the helmet. And of course, right at the back, there's a bull sleeping there with his hindquarter by his chin. So a good difference between the two species, or the two sexes. Now, mainly with these bulls that you can see over here, you'll notice that the helmet or the boss is, it looks like it's well formed, but actually at this stage of their life it isn't. It's still quite softish. And these males are going to spar fight with each other for a good number of years until that boss or helmet eventually hardens, almost becomes hard like a plate, if you will, which roughly is around about 9 years old. Now if you have a look at that female that I showed you, who's sort of on the left side, and you go behind that female, you'll see that there is a bull just behind her. You can just see the top of his boss there. That is a hard boss. He is very much a dominant bull and is going to use those hard bosses to fight other bulls. Very interesting that. Now you've got to try and comprehend the power of buffalo, because when buffaloes do fight, sometimes the hard helmet or boss does crack. Beautiful. Just a few white butterflies busy flying in the background. It's a bit difficult to identify it from here. And of course, the butterfly having a great sighting of these buffalo just flying above them, having a good look. Very comfortable with us being here, which is nice. And what I have noticed about buffalo is the more they are, the more comfortable and relaxed they are, because they just have safety in numbers, and they know that there's a lot of power in each individual to back up the herd. And they tend to worry less and have fantastic sightings of buffalo. Now, if you do have any questions or comments or suggestions for us, we'd love to hear from you. Any experiences that you've had with buffalo, and I'm sure there are some of you that have, give us a shout. The red-billed oxpecker on the
So sadly, we did just lose Andrew and BK there, but they will be back with us momentarily. However, here we are back in Okakuyo. Our kudu have left us, and the wildebeest are also making their way away from the waterhole. So we're just going to have a little scan and pan around. Check to see if anyone else is on the way down. Elephant have disappeared now. But some awesome sights and scenes. And it does show you that you will get rewarded with a little bit of patience. Quite clearly, audio of some of our crows now starting to kick in. Probably a late start to the morning for them as well. But it doesn't look like much else is going to be happening just at the moment. So what we'll do is wait to see if anything does come through, there's a gemsbok just on the right hand side. Perhaps it'll make its way down. We'll watch for one of two of these crows to come and land on the other side of the water, as well as figuring out what is going on with the grazing wildebeest at the moment too. So our wildebeest really just milling about at the moment. I'm hoping that the gemsbok does come down and join us. Also just waiting on our crow numbers to pick up before we go and have a look at them. So just waiting to see what is going on, picking up any of the audio, but everything that was around us kind of pushing off into the distance. So just going to sit here, take in any of the bird audio is around, and wait for the next approach of animals. So really not much other than some of the crow audio. And of course our wildebeest off quite far in the distance. That gemsbok not wanting to come down just yet. And patience gear engaged. We're slowly getting the audio of some of our European bee-eaters again. Looks like the cloud cover is also starting to build up again too, so what that entails for us, I'm not too sure. But at least we still have those wildebeest off in the distance. So it does look like we're just going to have to sit here in patience for a little bit, but while we do that, let's head across back to Andrew and BK and see what's going on in Amakhala.
Thanks very much, Alex. And we're still enjoying the sighting of the buffalo here. We did reposition a little bit at a spot where we're at now. Just nice to see this young calf looking so healthy and shame, really falling asleep there. This young calf looks to be about 3 weeks old, maybe just a little bit less. Alright, I'm going to send you back to Alex out in Ukukuyo.
So a couple of the signal gremlins getting the better of us there, but we'll be back with the buffalo and Amakhala again at some point. Again, just waiting on life to come and join us back again. Nice to get our audio of those European bee-eaters once more. Wildebeest slowly moving off. Does look like one or two of them just north of us here. And that Gemsbok also deciding on hanging back a little bit. So a little bit of patience clearly needed. The clouds do seem to be building as well, so who knows what is going to go on. We'll just have to sit here and enjoy the audio again and wait to see if any of them change their minds.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So just keeping a tab on our wildebeest and that gemsbok that just off in the distance over there. Kind of two pockets of wildebeest really at the moment, and of course the gemsbok milling about. So perhaps the gemsbok will come join us. I haven't seen it down here just yet. Of course, if it does, the first thing we do is get a closer look. A great audio with the mourning doves at the moment. A really cool little sound that they do make. One or two of our European bee eaters around as well, so nice to still have them with us. Gemsbok moving back towards this lone wildebeest at the moment. We're still waiting for it to come down and join us. Gemsbok has now gone behind this little clump of bush. Just see its head poking out there with its long horns. Now walking across. So while we do wait on either a gemsbok or something else to come join us, it does look like a springbok is through first. And unfortunately for Morgan, across in the MC, she did think it would be the gemsbok, but springbok down here first today. But for those of you that are obviously aware, the festivities are upon us, and Wild Earth can't wait for our festive games to begin. So our Christmas-themed bingo boards will be filled with turtle doves, leaping leopards, prancing zebras, and even one fish eagle in a dead tree. And every sunset drive for the next 12 days will be filled with holiday fun, and then the winner will be crowned on Christmas Day with regards to the festive Christmas bingo. So do stay tuned. Obviously this afternoon that kicks off, and it'll be fantastic to see who actually does come out trumps on Christmas Day. But of course, springbok here now, and in far less numbers than what we've seen in the past few days with all that heat. So still awesome that we do have some friends across with us. Of course, as I did just mention, not in the numbers that we had yesterday, but still 3 Springbok, and who can complain? Nice to have them with us regardless. Another one just walking off in the distance there, and we'll get a little bit closer, and you can also see with the Springbok, much like with the Impala, their coats also, they're shaggy and that today from the rain. That little Springbok ewe now out of the frame. I'm just going to zoom back and we'll see if Morgan's Gemsbok has decided to join us. It did look like it was probably going to move off. It seems that that is the case for now at least. There it is. Our Gemsbok moving off here throughout this next clump of thicket. A little tree line here, so just behind those trees. Egyptian goose is now located here on the left hand side. Of course, the wildebeest not really doing too much. There's another wildebeest perhaps going to come join us. 1 or 2 spur fowls calling as well as some of the hornbills. Let's have a look, because it did look like perhaps there was a sneaky Springbok going to come down. And it looks like that isn't the case. Always quite cool picking up the different audio of the birds here. Nice to hear that hornbill going off at the moment. Of course, this wildebeest is sticking around for us, and at the moment, that's what we're going to have to focus on. So just watching our wildebeest at the moment, picking up on these hornbills, as well as the mourning doves that are behind us. A couple of weavers too, and 1 or 2 Cape crows at the water's edge right now as well. So it looks like that wildebeest has decided to head on off. And of course they were here earlier, but they don't hang around for too long. That one clearly changing gear. And there's one little springbok that is there at the moment. And it looks like this wildebeest has engaged gear and decided to head off to the other wildebeest that moved off. So yeah, one little springbok that is here. Everything else has kind of left us at the moment. So looks like this one is coming through. So we'll just have to wait and see. So just waiting to see if this springbok does come join us. The wildebeest has now left us and decided to run off to its friends. And of course, that gemsbok also not showing much loyalty and also leaving us. So it seems that the springbok might come join us, but we'll just have to wait. And while we do wait, let's head over back to Amakhala and see what's going on there.
Okay, still sitting here quite peacefully. We are watching Cape buffalo still out in the Liebenbosch Flats area. We're just west of Liebenbosch Pan. I haven't seen the pan yet this morning. I'm curious to know if there is some water inside there. Definitely take a look just now. And just to give you an idea of sort of the storm that we had yesterday, we had high winds and sort of a huge downpour of rain at the same time. So much so that some of the trees are over the road that were blown over from the winds. And then on top of that, we had quite a crazy lightning storm that the safari trucks all got ordered back to camps, that they were not to continue their game drives in the thunder and lightning. Now, the first thing that came to my mind this morning when I woke up was, how are the secretary birds doing? And right now we aren't able to get to them because of the road that we have to take is definitely going to be too slippery. So we're just going to have to wait it out for until such time as it dries up, and then we will head there first thing, and hoping that they are all three doing quite well. This is quite a nice environment for the buffalo because it was a little bit cool this morning and they were probably cold last night. And so coming onto the Liebenbosch Flats area, it's definitely going to be a lot warmer because the sun does sometimes pop out through the clouds. Makes them a bit warm. And then also for having a rest. They are in a nice open environment and they can see the danger before it gets too close and then act appropriately. And there you can just see some of the bushveld just behind. There is a tree that's been pushed over there. That wasn't from the storm. That is from elephant at some point. And some of them are beginning to shuffle. I think, it is getting quite warm here on the flats here. Veronica, there's usually no conflict with elephants and buffalo. Although sometimes young elephant bulls sometimes do challenge buffalo. It's not often seen, but it does happen in the bush because elephants, when they're growing up, especially the young bulls, when they're growing up, they sort of like to challenge each other and challenge big things. And of course, when they get older, they're going to get a lot more wiser as to. But I have seen actually elephants, young bull calves, challenging these buffalo. But the buffalo, they want no trouble. They just try and move away. But it's very interesting that not far from it, I don't know which game reserve it was, I can't remember, but there's a photograph taken of a buffalo hitting a young elephant calf. I don't know how old the calf was. It looks to be about 3 months or 2 months old. And the photo was captured at the moment where you see the calf fully in the air. And you can just see the look on this calf, little elephant calf's face that really did not enjoy that. So we do have a few safari vehicles that are mobile right now. I think that was Eric, who's on a day safari. And he's actually based at one of the camps nearby us. That's the Hlosi Lodge, which do cater for in-house guests as well as day safari. There's actually so many different things you can do out here. And one of my favorite activities to take part in out here is the bushwalks. Very interesting to do a bushwalk out here on Amakhala. Very impressive animals, don't you agree? There we go, just changing a few positions. You will notice that with the individuals in this group, they're all facing different directions, which is quite smart. Have eyes on all angles. It's going to better your chance of picking up predators that might be around you. Okay, seems like some of them are on the move. They are heading towards Liebenbosch Pan, slowly but surely. I do hope they manage to find some water in there, which I'm sure they would. With the amount of rainfall yesterday, I'm sure there's a nice little pond at the moment. Ah, Lenny, definitely. Fingers, toes, and tails crossed. That's it. 100%. Yeah, we do hope that they're going to be okay. I'm sure they will. And what I keep needing to remind myself of is that the nest is quite deep from what we've seen. So they can always sort of get underneath into the depths of the nest. And hold on for dear life. And they will know how to do that because they've already been in high winds before. And they have a strong instinct to survive. So just hold on and wait for the storm to pass.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes.
Beautiful. Just amazing watching them. Especially for the time that we watch them. Myself and BK, we did Escape to Nature, it was a good few months ago, and we pretty much spent about 4 hours with a family group of buffalo, and that was quite interesting because they totally forget about you and they do all sorts of interesting things. We watched a couple of sparring matches. And we saw them. Oh, no wonder there's a jackal at the back there. See there, BK? Aha. Thought so. There's the jackal on the left side. I presume one of the adults for the den site that we spent time with. And this is the area and the territory of them. And that's exactly what that female buffalo with the calf was looking at, was investigating a jackal that's wandering around. And that jackal may have laid down there now. Yeah. I think it's been lying there the whole time, just we never saw it. Buffalo's not too fazed by jackal, but she does have a calf. And the maternal instinct is to always make sure that the calf is going to be okay. So I think that's the primary reason why she was investigating that young jackal there, or that jackal. So some of you are wondering when I'll be going, or when we will be going back to the secretary bird nest. I'm not 100% sure myself. We're going to need to wait for the reserve to dry up, the roads that we take to dry up. So if we go sliding down one of the valley roads, we will definitely get in trouble. So I should think, if all goes well, maybe tomorrow afternoon. If not, hopefully the following day. And I'm really going to hope and pray that the roads dry up quickly. Maybe later on it's going to become a bit humid. That will help dry out the roads. And then a bit of maybe wind, afternoon wind will also help. It'll be nice once we get there and do a bit of a roll call, and I'll be just so chuffed if I see all three of them there, because it will remind me that they've experienced probably one of the most hectic storms that they're going to experience in a while. And if they can survive that, then they're definitely well on their way. So watch this space. We will definitely keep you in the loop. Be really great to hear from you all again. If you do have any questions, comments or suggestions, send them along. And if you want to know something about the reserve, I'm more than willing to share, or buffalo or any other specific animal. And if there's something that you are hoping we can maybe look for, yeah, share it with us. And if it's definitely in our reach, we will go for it. Okay, so some of them have stopped and laid down again. In no particular rush to get to the water. It's already starting to look a little bit greener. 2 or 3 days from now. You'll see how green it'll be. Oh, Olivia, that depends. Really does depend on the size of the group. I'm not even sure how many, because you have young bulls and you have the big bulls. So bulls in general, there must be more females than males. That's sort of Mother Nature's rule for reproducing and being healthy and having healthy genetics, is in the system there must be more females than males. So I'm presuming in this group there will be several more females than the males. And of course with the big bulls there will be a few in here, and then 1 or 2 very dominant ones. But it does depend on the size of the group. I remember when my last day working on the dam cameras, we saw that huge group of buffalo. I'm not sure how many were there, but I believe Cedric said there could have been about 400. So you can imagine how many bulls must be in a group like that. Look at that. That is a beautiful environment. And there's something about having a monitor on the vehicle that is actually quite nice, because when I'm looking at the monitor, I can sort of imagine exactly what BK's eye is seeing when he's using the camera. And over time, it's actually helped me, because now I understand how he likes the vehicle to be positioned. And it just makes things flow a lot easier. Because at the end of it, this is an art form, using a camera and a camera for filming and a camera for photography. And I'm beginning to see it. Very interesting. I remember at one stage there were, this is last year, there must have been about 7 or 8 calves, more or less the same age, with this family group of buffalo here. And there was a gentleman that actually was lucky enough to see the birthing process. I've never seen buffalo give birth. I think that would be quite interesting. I think it's quite a quick process. Once labor starts, I'm pretty sure that calf is born very, very quickly. BK, have you seen buffalo give birth? Not, eh? Okay. If any of you have seen buffaloes give birth, please let me know what that experience was like. That would be awesome to know. Grace, hello. Thanks for your question. So, I've been lucky. I have seen a few. I've seen springbuck give birth, red hartebeest, blessbuck, and elephant. Can you believe? I was very lucky. I think I was in my 3rd year of guiding. So I'd only been a guide for 3 years or 3.5 years out in the Timbavati Game Reserve. And we entered an elephant sighting, and you could tell that something was not quite right with them. And then my tracker at the time, Morris, who's actually a dedicated tracker at Pridelands, it was nice to see him on TV the other day. It's quite interesting to know Morris is out there as well. But he pointed out, he said, look there, look there. And I had a look, and this female, True's Bob, she was giving birth. We stuck around and watched them for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And then eventually made our way back to camp for what was supposed to be breakfast, which turned out to be quite a late lunch. But nevertheless, the guests were inspired by what they had seen, and I think it changed their lives forever in a positive way, like it did mine. Oh, what have we got? Hey, where did you come from? Oh goodness, that is so funny. That is crazy. We are watching buffalo and we're watching the monitor. It just tells me I must start looking around more often. And then we get photobombed by this glorious gentleman over here. How lucky are we? Hey, this guy. Okay, I'm just going to give him some space. I don't want him to come and touch the vehicle. I don't want to allow him to get too close to the vehicle, so rather just give him some space while we have got space to move. Just show the elephants a bit of respect. Whoops. You get 100%, yeah. Okay. How cool is that? Okay, so note to oneself, look around. That's one of the biggest tips one can ever give you, is when you're walking through the bush or you're traveling in the bush, always keep your head up.
I think that's for you, eh?
What would I do without you? So one of our directors is asking what I would do without BK. I would go completely mad without you. I think you are a great addition to this. Yeah, BK has spotted a lot of things for me, and definitely helps me a lot. It's nice to have a co-pilot from time to time, I won't lie, and he's great company as well, and also a good animal spotter. Yes, you are. Nice one. Alright, so that elephant bull has moved off a little bit. So I think let's go back to this breeding group of buffalo and have a look at them. Hey, that was so cool. Okay, it's nice that they have moved into quite a nice spot over here and we can get quite close to them, which is quite nice. Not going to get too close, and we don't want to be within their sort of their way of moving. We just want to give them ample space and also show just a little bit of courtesy to them. Round about here, yeah? Yeah. Okay, good show. Okay, good stuff. This is a good view, I reckon. Okay, it's pretty interesting to see some vegetation on the buffalo's horns here. So what I think has probably happened is this buffalo has found a tree and was scratching. Oh, it was that one that we saw earlier. It was the same one. He was scratching his horns up against I think it was a wild crowberry, it looked like from here. And some of that vegetation just sticking to the ridges and gaps of the boss and the horns. Now often you do see them sometimes pack mud on top of their horns and their bosses. And the reason they do that is there is a small little animal out here called a horn borer moth. And they literally slowly but surely consume horns. And this goes while the animal is alive or even not alive. So often when we're driving through the bush and we find horns on the ground, we often see that it's been eaten away by horned borer moths. Now they'll do this while the animal is alive, but buffalo is not going to like that too much because it's going to compromise the strength of the boss in the horns. And if those horns do break, they're not going to grow back, and definitely at a disadvantage. So rather just pack some mud on top and fill up all those holes and just prevent the horned borer moth from being able to do anything there. There we go, one having a good old scratch there, getting the ticks off. And they do have plenty of parasites in the groin area. That's where most of the parasites are going to be located, in the form of ticks. And so yeah, just rubbing up against the branch, much like that, is going to help sort of just sandpaper the ticks off those areas where they can't get to. Now, buffaloes are not very good groomers of themselves. So what they do rely on is mud wallows and then branches. Ah, nice. I just got wind that there are some elephants with Alex in Mashatu, so let's head along there.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, indeed, we are joined here by our first elephants for some time here in the land of the giants. Always fantastic to see them. And I do think with it being rather hot and humid, this might not be the only elephants we see here today. So hopefully that is the case, because we have missed them, that is for sure. It is always nice when a day is filled with elephant, in particular here. But there's a lot of food and resources around for them at the moment, so they really do have a smorgasbord or buffet to deal with on their plates. So yeah, just nice to be able to sit with them and enjoy a quiet moment. But it seems like a couple of older cows, one just behind the one facing us, probably the oldest, a couple of youngsters here, so small little breeding herd for now. There were some more, but they've pushed off into the veldt and bush veldt around us. And of course, when they do leave us, it's going to be very hard to track them because it is so green. And I'll just give you a sense as to how quick and how thick this area is, but how quick they can move off and be hidden, and obviously how thick the area is. But interestingly enough, you would have seen those two bulls earlier up in Okakuyo, and you did note that they didn't have any hair. And if you look at these cows, you can then see the difference as to how hairy their tails are. So there's something interesting to note, obviously genetic to area. Of course, one of those Santon pterodactyls calling, a hardy-dar as well. Just from the indents on that cow in the back there, possibly the matriarch, or oldest at least, of this little bunch. Hoping they do stick around for some time with us. I'm going to position us a little bit back here. But, they might move off into the thickets quite soon, with it being hot and having sprayed themselves already. And of course, the Mashatu Ellies, I think, far smaller tusks, and some of them with the absence of tusks, particular on the cows. But it is noted, at least on these areas, sometimes a bit smaller than areas or Ellies of other areas. And that, again, just being genetic to the area. Hi Damien. So elephants can have different behaviors on different days, much like human beings. They very much have distinct personalities, and depending on what might have happened to that elephant, the run-ins they might have had, the brushes with things that might have irritated them, they can go very much from peaceful to quite angry within a matter of time. So it's not necessarily that on area, it could even just be the day that elephants, of course, have different behaviors and attitudes. But of course, in areas where there's a lot of human conflict, so poaching as well as hunting in that, the Ellies in those areas are definitely a little bit more higher strung and wound up, and most definitely very, very tense when you do come into them. So even if they've been darted in an area, that can make them quite volatile as well. And for example, when an Ellie has maybe had to be exterminated in an area, that can set the dynamics off between both humans and elephants off for quite some time. Of course, that adage of an elephant never forgets. Of course, those elephants are very well aware of what might have gone down. So it is even noted in the elephant that were culled within the Kruger Park, they have also been moved into certain areas, and those Ellies still hold those memories, and they still are very much temperamental, and they do have flip switches, and they can be rather volatile at times. But again, the same scenario also is down in Gorongosa, or cross in Gorongosa in Mozambique. Of course, the civil war of Mozambique did occur and happen, and many numbers of wildlife were exterminated during the time. And those elephants have taken a very long time to almost kind of re-habituate to the presence of human beings. And in fact, if they even saw a car a couple of years ago, they used to just chase the car straight away. And it was really a volatile situation. So the breeding herds would pick up on the fact that a human being was around with a vehicle and literally come storming straight out of the bush. So that is also the case in other areas where there's been high conflict. And these Thule Ellies, or Mashatu Ellies, but this being the greater Thule block, also having had to deal with that in the past, and at times can be rather volatile too. So quite a number of reported deaths and run-ins with human beings. And I've in fact walked one of the areas up towards the Thule block, or the Thule circle, and that is where the oldest camp of this area is. And there was someone that was actually squashed by an elephant just outside of the camp a couple of years back, or many years back at least. But just highlighting sometimes the temperament because of human wildlife conflict in areas. But again, it can very much be just on the mood of an elephant in a day, and perhaps if they've been fiddled with vets or anything like that, or had helicopters and maybe just high strung because of other instances of stress that might be put on them, they can be quite volatile. But the elephants are easy enough to read. They are really sentient and beautiful animals, and if you don't go looking for trouble with elephants, trouble doesn't find you. So, like with anything, respect is very much needed and warranted with anything wild, but even with, I suppose, human beings too. So, how we treat people and how we treat animals and wild things is generally how we'll be treated back. So, a good amount of respect is always going to take you very far with regards to your relationship with elephants. So it does look like they're taking a bit of the shade here. One or two of the others, I'm going to just go back to the rocky point, but definitely feeding and browsing at the moment. Taking advantage of some of that fresh new foliage that is now available around the waterhole itself. But let's sit here with the Ellies at the rock point because they aren't in the shade. And it does look like this mom has with an older calf and a younger calf. It looks like the younger calf perhaps trying to suckle, but remains to be seen because she is kind of in the shade, or he is in the shade. Not too sure. So very awesome to watch and sit with our elephant. Of course, listening to the bird chorus behind us. So many quelea, the sociable weavers, a number of others. And there always is a good chorus of birds here too. So nice when we do have animals. Of course, we did have that little family of vervet monkeys here as well earlier. So Mashatu definitely coming through for us. It looks like from browsing back to the fresh water here, so we're going to probably see this happen for a little bit of time. Oh, that one chasing the other in the water there. Very cool. And perhaps one or two of the others going to get wallowing as well.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw my ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Nature.
So of course joined with the audio of our Woodlands Kingfisher, but really just enjoying some time with our elephants at the moment. Lovely to have them around for a change. And a peaceful scene developing. So just some cool audio and scenes at the moment. Ellie's definitely taking advantage of the fresh water from the pump. Great to have the backing track of our Woodland Kingfisher. Awesome just to have them coming back and forth. And interestingly enough, here you can also see the difference in the substrate and how these Ellies are almost red in color because of that iron substrate and iron soil that is around here. So far different to the color of the Ellies that we would then notice up in Etosha, being the white ghosts because of the concrete, being far whiter in color because of the substrate that they then spray themselves with and the soil, but here also being far more red, and that again just because of soil type and substrate that is found here. And again across in Djuma we are there and we do see them there because of that kind of like sodic blacky kind of soil that is around in those drainage lines. I do notice that they're far darker there as well. But also just be able to pick up that audio of the Ellie sucking up that fresh water through the pumps there. Always great when you do get to hear that. A real treat. It sounds like some zebra in the area as well. So perhaps we have some other guests to join us. 2 of the Egyptian geese as well. I can hear some Camaroptera in the background. So really a special time spent here with our Ellies in the land of the giants. But time for us to check in again with Liam, back down in Kariega.
And hello everybody, and welcome back to Kariega, where I'm coming to you live from Scotia Waterhole. And I seem to have found a zebra with its earphones in, listening to his playlist of Metallica. Really enjoying that music, man. So it certainly might look like this zebra is enjoying a bit of tunes on a midweek hump. And as much as I'd love to think he was listening to some banging tunes there, I believe she is trying to keep some flies at bay. I do have some sympathy, but it does look quite entertaining. I certainly wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of those flies. It's certainly on a warm day when there's not as much wind, the flies do get quite active. So it's important for her to, I suppose, keep them at bay. Yes, Fiona, indeed. This is such a pretty, quite a lovely little youngster there. I mean, I could actually hardly see it initially. I just thought it was a lonely stallion, but upon closer inspection, it revealed a mother and a youngster. So yes, Fiona, quite an endearing sight indeed of a mother. I'm sure she wished her foal was just a little bit bigger to swish its tail in her face. as might be seen, sorry about that, as might be seen by the other zebra on the further to the right here. You can see a slightly different approach to keeping the flies at bay. Head to tail, swish it around, and you've got a fly swatter in your face. So I do feel a little bit for this poor mother zebra. It seems that the foal doesn't seem to attract as many flies. It's mostly the adult. So I guess it's much easier for a fly to spot a larger adult zebra and make its approach accordingly. But nonetheless, she seems to be managing quite well with adapting her behavior to somewhat of a different approach. I can certainly feel for the zebra and think that if I was in her shoes, I would also try different things to keep them pesky flies at bay. I feel so blessed to have had hands to swat them if they come near. So many antelope. They've got to make means. It's very difficult for an antelope to get their hooves up to their snout. Although in nearly the same spot, not just yesterday, I observed a poor blessbuck, and the blessbuck really do get probably the hardest rap from flies. Blowflies are particularly attracted to blessbuck, and the poor individual was trying to come down for some water here at Scotia, and it seemed to have encountered a patch of blowflies. So, wagging pitbull. Very nice question, that, actually. I've always been intrigued by that little black spot on the inner leg of a zebra. Now, the understanding that I have of that very spot is due to when a zebra is resting or lying down on the ground. The way in which its hooves fold back, it just so happens to be more or less the patch where the hoof goes to rest. And so if you're sitting in a spot and you might wriggle around, or you leaning into that hoof, it can be quite painful and quite sharp and discomforting. So the understanding I have is that that little dark patch on the inner leg of a zebra is supposed to help cushion the hoof at rest. But if there's anybody else out there who could share an alternative, I'd love to hear about it. Because as much as I try to teach, I also like to learn through engaging with interesting questions and comments. So yeah, as I was saying with this this poor this blesbok that I had encountered here just yesterday, it really was getting quite bothered by this swarm of blowflies down by the waterhole, and all the poor thing wanted to do is come down for a bit of a drink. And unfortunately, the flies were too much for the blesbok. And it had to turn around and move away from the waterhole because the flies were just flying straight for its nose, and it was snorting and huffing and puffing, and eventually you could see it was getting so irritated with the flies that it actually had to kneel down and try and use its hooves to scratch its nose, and then it was rubbing it in the grass, and could see it was really highly irritated by these flies. And then he decided, no, this is not the place for me now, and took a run off into the distance to try and outrace the flies. So yes, it's a battle of a different sort out in the plains of Kariega, a battle of flies. I feel grateful that I've got a dry nose that doesn't attract flies, that's for sure. So nice to see how this little zebra's stripes almost match its mum's. So beautiful, this little wee one. Just in time for the Christmas spirit, a time of new birth and new life. So of course, in Christmas spirit, today we start off with 12 days to Christmas, and many of us might know the old rhyme that goes with it. I can't remember all the details of it, but we'll be creating our own rendition here at Wild Earth, and in the theme of 12 days to Christmas, we will be holding or hosting some bingo games, and there will be a bingo board for each of the different localities that we come to you live from. The bingo boards will be themed, and so they will be filled with all sorts of nodding zebras, chirping birds, talking terrapins. I don't know. We will come up with some interesting themes for you on the day, and we encourage you to get involved. It will be every sunset drive for the 12 days leading up to Christmas. It will be a nice, fun and slightly different way to build up the 12 days to Christmas. So please do join us for a bit of bingo fun as we build up to Christmas Day. It's again so lovely to see how this little zebra standing against its mother, even to you and I, if one were to take a quick glance, it really does blend in quite well with its mother. Beautiful how those stripes create that dazzling effect. Of course, with this female, you can see how she's trying to keep those flies at bay. I was explaining to everyone the other day that there's another interesting method or suggestion, theory of how and why a zebra might have stripes. And I don't actually think or I don't fully acknowledge that it should be only one reason. The features on any individual, any type of creature, are features that are subject to so many environmental constraints that it's never one reason. So without detracting too much, the stripes of a zebra propose to also not only dazzle predators, which is the main theory behind it, but to keep flies at bay, as it supposedly creates this polarizing effect on a fly's vision, and that gives a slightly nauseating effect to the fly and is less attracted to stripes than, say, non-stripes or plainly colored creatures, uniformly colored creatures. And especially darker creatures like ostriches or buffaloes or such. Those are quite strong, contrasting to the landscape. That tends to be easier for a fly to see. Anything that is contrasted to its environment will attract more attention. So let's see, we've got our yellow-billed ducks, plural, yellow-billed ducks, here at Scotia Waterhole, and at least one of them, I suspect the one sitting on the bank just below the sacred ibis, is our mother duck. And yesterday she showed us her little ducklings for the first time. Unfortunately, I didn't get as good views as I'd hoped for whilst coming to you live, but I keep on watching and seeing if she brings them out onto the water. See if we can show you the little ducklings. I do believe they are, like I said, only a mere few days old, because she certainly hasn't been on the body of water with them in the last days. So new family members to the little community of Scotia Waterhole. Of course, no scene would be complete without a good harassment. Nice harassment of hardy-dars here. All too familiar, aren't they? Taking in the poolside views. Also probably prodding into some of the softer earth on the edges. Have a look at the other chap up at the top left. Good to know the baboons are around. Always provide fun and entertainment. So, Amy, do hardy-dars have alarm calls? They most certainly do, and I think they have a generic call that functions for all of the above. So that same old, very typical ruckus call that we're familiar with, sometimes too familiar. It doubles up as an alarm call, as well as a contact call. So it's a generic call that's used for multiple different uses or applications. And yeah, it would be interesting to know if there's subtle differences in individuals' calls, that they could actually, identify one another as individuals or members of a group or flock or kin even. So yeah, if to you and I it sounds all much the same, but to them there might be subtle differences or ways in which they respond to one another that might very well yet to be revealed. One thing is for sure, They sure do make great alarm clocks in summer, as I'm sure many will know from the suburbs of many of our cities. Oh, so I'm going to try something a little bit different. We've got a little bit of a aerial visitor who's giving us a bit of a show here above Scotia. Ooh, is he going to stick around? That's the question. We have a jackal buzzard who is dipped below the horizon. Oh. So Erin asks the question, how soon after birth does a zebra start feeding? So of course it's going to be very much dependent on its mother's milk just after birth. So for at least the first 3 or so months they will be almost exclusively drinking mum's milk, and it's actually a good general round figure with most of your sort of middle-sized antelope and zebras. So a number of months feeding on mother's milk, and then slowly but surely you will start nibbling on a bit of grass and introduce it slowly into the diet. Now, for a zebra who's not a ruminant, there's a slightly different process that takes place when getting their stomachs used to the graze, because it's quite a shift to go from milk to grass. Oh, hello, Mr. Giraffe, coming in for a nice cameo there. Oh, that's it. It's almost as if it really wanted the attention here, so let's just give it to him. So yes, Erin, I think a couple of months you can give it a few months until a zebra starts feeding on solids. I think this giraffe is looking a bit thirsty. Let's see. Let's watch him as he does his limbo. First a taste. See if the water tastes any good. Seems as though it does taste good. Oh, a little bit of a head shake. Probably getting a little bit of a head rush. You often see that with drinking giraffe or giraffe that are coming down to pick up bones. There's a little bit of a head shake as they bounce back, and that really is it's a function of their physiology to try and get it back, their blood back and flowing in a regular fashion. It is quite a feat for a giraffe to be putting its head down that low. It's a lot of work. Oh, as this giraffe continues to have a bit of a thirst quencher, let's go and have a look what is going on in Amakhala with Andrew.
Yeah, the battery's died. No battery.
Alright, we are still here with the buffalo group over at this side. They were getting mobile towards the Leeuwenbush Pan area, but it does seem like they have temporarily changed their mind and decided to graze a bit. And then that young calf, of course, deciding to take that moment in the pause just to catch some rest. Just amazing how when they sit all tucked in like that, especially with the calves, they really can hide away, even through the small little strands of grass that's growing there. There we go, shame. Still that young calf we saw earlier, with the small little extrusions of the horns growing. I would give this one about maybe between 2 and 3 weeks now, as their horns do grow very quickly after they're born. There we go, it's a young bull calf. That's nice, eh? Time for a drink or time for a scratch? Shame. Still very new to life.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
Now, it does seem like these buffaloes are quite peaceful and relaxed, but make no mistake, buffaloes are very dangerous animals. So much so that on bushwalks, even with qualified field guides and trails guides, they naturally want to avoid buffaloes and buffalo herds when doing bushwalks. Not to say that they won't approach on a bushwalk from a distance or from a safe spot, but naturally you just want to rather stay away from them, especially when on foot. And one thing I have noticed being a field guide for a few years is that if there's ever a situation where lions are hunting buffalo, do not park your vehicle close to them, because the buffalo just might run into your vehicle. If it escapes and its escape option is towards you, it is going to hit the vehicle. So rather, if there's ever a hunt about to take place, you make sure that there is plenty space between yourself and the buffalo. Oh, Mandy, when is a buffalo most vulnerable? When in Amakhala? Let me just think. There's a few scenarios. Of course, calves. And that's not just here in Amakhala. That is in any game reserve, any area. If there are calves, you are vulnerable. Simple. Got to be careful, and definitely needs to have protection from a herd. And then I would say at night time, when it's very dark and there's low moon, buffaloes can be somewhat vulnerable in that darkness, because we know that predators do like to use the cover of darkness. That's mainly lions that are going to predate on buffaloes. But a leopard would be able to take a young buffalo, no problem. I don't think it's happened very often, but newborn buffalo are very small. And I think, if cheetah can find a gap, they will try. But as I say, it is incredibly dangerous. Even lions do battle with buffalo. Just sitting here, just like to tell you about one of the most amazing sightings I ever had of buffalo. And it's not going to be for everybody. But this was also out in the Timavati. I had some guests, and it was their last morning game drive. And then they were heading home, and we hadn't seen buffalo at all. Not even a dagga boy or a solitary male. And then while into the game drive, got reports on the radio from another person that buffaloes had been seen at a specific dam. And they were in the dam playing and splashing and drinking. And it was quite a nice sighting. Oh, there's a warthog in the back there. And so I told the guests, let's head off that way. And so we did. Oh, there's some baby warthogs there. Just above the buffalo, there's some piglets, or wartlets is the correct term. My goodness, look at that thing. Wow. That's so cool. It seems like only the one though. It should be about 4. Oh, look at that little guy. Sorry, let's just watch this for a sec. There's a second one that I can see, young wartlet. That's interesting. This is the second female warthog I've seen with young. So it seems like they are giving birth now, which is, yeah, right time of the year. But I was saying that, the best sighting I had of buffalo. So we went to go and have a look at these buffalo that were all drinking in the water. Told the guests about it, and I said, let's head off that way. And so we headed on that way. Then we got to the sighting, and a buffalo came out. It was a young buffalo, about 6 or 7 months old, came out the water and sat on the ground, not too far from our vehicle. And then we watched this little buffalo, and it was battling to stand up again. I don't know what was the problem there. There was definitely an issue. Maybe it was sick or had a bit of a disease, I'm not sure. But it could not stand up again, and it was bellowing, calling the mom for help. And you just hear this meow the whole time. Now that sound was heard by a pride of lions down in the south. And they were about 4 or 5 kilometers south of where we were, and they could hear that bellowing, and they came running with full pace. And we had no idea that they were coming towards us. And we were watching this buffalo, and the next thing tracker says, "Oh, lions have arrived." And we watched the lions, and one male, one female from the Southern Pride, and they grabbed this little calf. And the mom tried her best, but realized that she was not going to stop them, and elected to move away with the rest of the group. But then, while they were trying to finish off this young buffalo, the hyenas had also, spotted hyenas had also heard the bellowing, and they were also on the way now. Then next thing, hyenas rocked up. There were 4 of them, and they were trying to get to this little baby buffalo, which by that stage had passed away. And the male was on the hind quarter of this young buffalo, and the female was holding the snout, and sort of playing tug of war with one another. And then the hyena came along and was trying to get to it, and realized couldn't, and literally took the male lion's tail. The spotted hyena took the male lion's tail and pulled on it until that male lion stopped and stared at this spotted hyena, and then the hyenas disappeared after that. Realized, no, this is going to cause a bit of trouble here, and so they left. And the lions did eat that buffalo. So just the interaction that took place at that moment was really priceless. Something I never forgot. Hey, that young buffalo is really sleepy there. Yeah, it doesn't look too comfortable now, does it, Sihle? So one of the directors, Sihle, says it looks a little bit uncomfortable, like the neck is about to break. It's not a good position for them to rest their head. That is a much better position. Amazing. This is a very comfortable sighting, and they are doing all their natural activities while we're here. So they are fully in a comfort zone. I do believe that they're going to stick around here this afternoon. It makes no real sense to move too far. The water and food is here. quite interesting that at one point in time, Cape buffalo that were, of course, disease-free went for so much money. It's actually unbelievable the amounts of money that was paid for disease-free buffalo with good genetics. And most people would never believe some of the prices if I told them. So if you want to know, I think give a look at it on the Google. But we're talking millions and millions of rands. And I think the most expensive buffalo ever purchased was around 58 million rand. Disease-free, of course, with excellent genetics. But over the last few years, that bubble has burst, if that's the correct term. So the value of what would have been millions has dropped quite drastically now. I'm not sure what it is now. Ah, look at that young calf. Got such a beautiful face. And I just love how big their ears are. And they pretty much grow into their ears, so to speak. Shame this young calf's got quite a close bond with mom, as should be. Often will use each other as a scratching post. Very interesting. Now it's getting a lot cooler here. The humidity seems to have calmed down a bit. I think these buffaloes are starting to feel a little bit cool and deciding rather just to take advantage of that moment, just to relax. This is a reasonably youngish bull in relation to some of the bigger bulls that can be found in this group, And you can tell by the boss, it's still fairly soft and hairy. And definitely, if you have any questions for us, please do send them along. Any questions, suggestions, or comments, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know what you've experienced in the bush, and if there's anything particular that you would like to see or hear, because there are many sounds of the nature out here, let us know, and we'll give it a bash. Ah, and there is one of the favorites to be seen, common ostrich, and this male is looking beautiful, in good indication that he wants to breed. Look how red those legs and beak are. Almost a pinky or a peachy color. And you can see the crop is fairly full with food there as well, picking up all sorts of seeds and insects and filling up the crop as it goes down into the neck. Having a good look at us, and of course, time for the toilet. Yeah, we watched you, we saw everything. That's one thing animals really don't mind. When they need the toilet, they are going to do it whether you are watching or not. As they say, there's no secrets in the bush. Zane, the name of ostrich droppings. So we would call it dung. Same with the antelopes and giraffe, also classified as dung. It's more the meat eaters and carnivores. We don't call it dung, we call it scat. The excrement of termites is known as frass. And I'll see if at one point we can maybe find some termites that are leaving the frass behind, and you can actually have a good look at what it looks like, filled with nutrients and so on, which they return back to the soil. And you have to have a good eye for it, because they are tiny, tiny, tiny. So quite a lot has happened in the last hour. Of course, a nice big group of buffalo busy doing different things over here. Ostrich has joined, and we had that elephant bull doing a walk by, and some warthogs and some hoglets or wartlets having a good time. Quinn, afternoon. That's a good question. It's a tough question. So it's very difficult to say that, like for example, with kudu antelope, you can tell quite well how old they are just by the spirals of the horns. But now with ostrich, it's very tricky. So you do get the juvenile feathers. And you can see juvenile ostriches, even when they're starting to get big, they still have a slightly different colored coat, even in the males. And only when they're really mature do they start to look like this, if it's a male. So definitely the juvenile feathers is a big giveaway, and their size. But as I say, they grow very, very quickly, and it is quite tricky to track how old ostriches are, unless you follow them every day and you know exactly when they're born or hatched. But I do know someone who would probably be able to answer that. There's a gentleman I know that lives out in Oudtshoorn, and he spent a bit of time farming ostriches out there. Look at the buffaloes watching the ostrich, James.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellie swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
But buffaloes do enjoy water. Buffaloes are not scared to go into water. They'll sit in water, get themselves nice and cool. And sometimes they even splish and splash and so on. But in a system where there are big crocodiles, and unfortunately in the Eastern Cape we don't see crocodiles out this way, you'll find that big crocodiles can intimidate or can catch full-grown buffalo. What's happening at the back there? These are two bulls. I think one is exerting a bit of dominance and showing dominance, and the other buffalo is a little bit nervous. There we go, just moving away and showing some respect. That's actually a pregnant cow. That's interesting. Let's take a closer look here. So that's interesting behavior. I haven't seen that before, where a nice big bull shows a little bit of shyness towards the female. I think maybe he was just smelling her to see if she's an estrus, and figured out that she's pregnant and is showing absolutely no interest now. Right, we had a wonderful view of these buffalo. I'm going to send you to Kariga with Liam, who is doing some bird watching. So let's go see that.
And hello everybody, and welcome back to Scotia Waterhole. Well, I've turned attention to our family of little grebes, which is slowly but surely dividing. I mean, dividing in the right way. The two parents of that little one who's just dipped into the water, they are about to start nesting with another brood. And so the youngster in frame has been really trying to put a good amount of effort into stretching his wings and get to the air and find a means of leaving home for the first time. And just moments ago the parents were giving him some light encouragement. They're starting to, because they're starting to nest again, any presence of any other younger or even any other dab chicks, or sorry, I use dab chicks and grebes interchangeably, new and old names. They'll defend an area quite aggressively against others. Of course, Scotia is a relatively small water body for a dab chick or a grebe, so they will defend it quite fiercely. But if it was say a big river system, then there might be a means of it sticking around. But that's not the case here. So this little grebe is going to have to really learn to take to the wing pretty soon. And has been doing so pretty well. It's taking short flights up into the air and plumping back down into the water. It's been a noble attempt. A little bit more encouragement from the parents never hurts. I'm sure we've all been through that at some point in our lives. And hopefully soon the little one will be able to stretch its wings and fly into the horizon, where it won't really get that far until it finds water, really and truly. Kariega, at least this section of Kariega is very, very narrowly bound by two rivers on either side, on the western and eastern side of the reserve. On the west, I recall it's the Bushmanrivier, and then on the east it is the Kariega. And so these are two perennial rivers that have got permanent water on them, which would make a home for a little grebe quite easily. Now, it seems to have lost him for now. The yellow-billed duck family were out on the water, but eluded me again. She's very, very shy with showing her youngsters. Hopefully over the days she will gain more confidence in bringing the youngsters out. It's not too much work being a mother duck. She, like so many other ground-dwelling birds, will have what is known as precocial young. So they are prepared youngsters. They come out the egg, and shortly after that they will be walking around and feeding just like its parents, just like this blacksmith lapwing. And so all they simply need to do is guard over them, watch out for certain predators, take them to good feeding areas, and looking for food is taken care of by the youngsters themselves. They feed straight out of the egg, which is a lot of work for certain parents. With little nestlings that are, well, quite simply that, they're nestlings. They sit in the nest for a certain amount of time until they are able to fend for themselves a little bit better, stretch their wings, fly, walk. So, yeah, these ducklings, these blacksmith lapwings, a lot more prepared for the world when they come out their eggs. Now, I can recall a mentioning of how common the lapwings are. I believe the discussion was being hosted by Ben and Juma, and his vote was on the lapwings to survive a Holocaust, because they are ever abundant, they are everywhere, they really are always somewhere to be seen. And my thought on that was the crows. If there's any creature or bird particularly I believe that would survive a Holocaust, it has to be a crow. I mean, if there's going to be a Holocaust, if there's going to be some apocalypse, sorry, not Holocaust, I'm saying Holocaust, oh, atrocious. if survive an apocalypse, well, some species have survived Holocausts as well. If it survives apocalypse, I think the crows are going to do well. Crows definitely got my vote. So, and if there's any creature that's going to do well, and there's going to be an apocalypse. It's, if anything, it's going to be probably the extinction of humans. And if it ever gets to that point, I think crows will be doing pretty well by then. They're very clever creatures, and they know how to take good advantage of human habitat. And there's almost every continent in the world you'll find some sort of corvid. So it's an interesting group or type of bird that one might call a twitcher, and it's a unique culture within the birding community, and twitchers have a tendency of following rarities, what are known as rarities, and these are kind of birds that rock up in areas that they don't usually occur. And just looking at this this blacksmith plover or blacksmith lapwing, it reminds me of an incredibly similar species of lapwing which occurs further up in Africa. In fact, as far as southern Tanzania, I believe. And occasionally it makes an appearance in southern Africa. It's known as a spur-winged lapwing, and if ever one was to rock up in southern Africa and be seen, it certainly would cause a stir. There are many birders that would love to see a spur-winged lapwing. Now, there's a very interesting place in Malawi where you find this blacksmith lapwing along the Shiri River. It's that very large river that drains Lake Malawi, and it is here where there's a strange southern population of spur-winged lapwings that occur well away from their usual range, but they breed there. And where they occur alongside this blacksmith lapwing, they actually hybridize. So it can cause quite a bit of confusion when birding in Malawi along the Shiri River. So it looks like our blacksmith lapwing decided to take a little bit of a rest behind a tuft of grass. Let us see what else is going on the pan. Of course, yes, hardy-dars always want a little bit of screen time. It'd be nice to give a bit of context to the story I've told you about these grebes. Now, if only they would be so obliging. Yeah. Seems they're camera shy today. There's a nice yellow-billed duck having a bit of a bathing session, and one of the dab chicks behind it. Yeah, it seems some of these yellow-billed ducks are still molting their feathers. So intense bathing sessions to try and dislodge the feathers that are coming out and make way for the new ones. Of course, folks, do remember it is a live and interactive experience, so if you do have any bird related questions for now, please do send them my way. A peaceful day here down at Scotia. I'm just having a look at these swallows out of screen. It seems like it's those pearl-breasted swallows. And flying around the trees a moment ago. Now, just after the rain we had a few days ago, they were down on the water's edge where the rhino were resting just yesterday, here on the edge of Scotia. And I've seem to have narrowed down the spot where I think these pearl-breasted swallows are nesting. And it is an aardvark hole. Here comes one flying right past the vehicle. Oh, hello there. Yeah, so they seem to have narrowed it down to a aardvark hole. I need to see if I can find a good angle for us to try and come live to you from that aardvark hole. Mandy, thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, different species of zebra do have slightly different behaviors. So, because of the nature of the habitat that they live in, they will differ slightly. Look, I think when we consider the little nuanced behaviors between each other, interacting, like nibbling each other, and the kicking and the chasing away of other males and having a harem, I think they are fairly similar in that regard. But the behavior of that is by virtue of the habitat in which they live, yes, it certainly would differ. A mountain zebra, for example, wouldn't have as a big vast open area to run away from predators in the way that a mountain zebra might simply just take a few trots over a couple of rocks or slightly further up a hillside. So they'll make use of the landscape in different ways to get what they need to be done in a day. Be it be it grazing, be it a bit of browse. Probably you'll find Mountain zebras actually more take in quite a bit more browse than a Burchell zebra, who is a grazer, but a grazer that doesn't read the textbook, because from time to time zebras will browse, although it is not their preferred. Their majority of their diet is going to be grass. But I believe a mountain zebra, because of the nature of the habitat, would feed a bit more on leafy browse where possible. So yes, this I would say their habitat or their differences in behavior would be slight, but I think social behavior would be fairly similar. A little fancy fact of a zebra: they only acquire their stripes at about 7 months into their gestation, which is I always found to be quite intriguing. They otherwise look much like a horse with a uniform dark coat before they're born, and then acquire the white stripes later on in the development of gaining those, well, in the development of its coat. So it's quite an interesting little fast fact. And you can also see how this zebra is using its ears to fold back. It seems to be trying to avoid flies. And I was speaking about follow me signs with impala and waterbuck, and how a zebra's rump acts as a follow me sign. Now, speaking about mountain zebras, they really are good examples of how that rump acts as a very nice follow me sign. If you look up at a herd of mountain zebras on a hillside, their body blends in very well to that landscape, and they can be actually quite difficult to spot. But if they face in any way their rump towards you, it starts to become more apparent. And the same would apply on the plains. So that follow me sign, connected with those ears that you can see here in the frame, with the black and white together, the contrast, that also accentuates behaviors. So if you're looking at a zebra and you see these patches behind the ear, you know that you're looking at the back of the zebra, and you know that zebra is probably not too impressed with you. If you're close to it, you're seeing the back of its ears, and that means that it's warning you. It's you'll see when if anybody has interacted with a horse before, that you step up into its face and into its space, it will turn its ears back at you, and it would maybe try and either step back or try to get you out of that space. But preferably you get out of the space, because the horse has told you, or the zebra has told whoever it's going to be telling, that you're in my space. Please respect that. And so you can see this one is now got its ears forward, and that's a little bit more of a comfortable and calm looking position of ears. Of course, this is a live safari, and So there are folks out and about on Kariega here, so you might hear some vehicles in the back, to which our zebra has been drawn to. Who is watching who? Well, Juliet, I have been lucky enough to come across that just once, and yeah, it was a rainy morning, and there was an impala that was separated from its herd, and you could see she had her tail up, and she looked a little bit uncomfortable just by looking at the way she was moving her body, and I thought to myself, this is a bit odd. And after sticking it out for a few minutes, I noticed her going down to the ground and resting, and that is a good sign that she was probably experiencing contractions by then. And so waiting it out, the drizzle came through and provided a bit of lull to the experience. And a good few 15-20 minutes later, a little impala popped out, and the mother then got up and proceeded to finish the afterbirth, which was quite stomach turning, to be quite honest. And then slowly watched to see if the little one was still around, because it does happen sometimes that these antelope give birth to stillborns. It occasionally happens, rarely. They normally got quite an efficient independent birth or passage mechanism, and after a few more minutes you could see a little bit of movement behind the little bush, and then started moving around. So that's the only real birth I've ever really seen. I've been shortly after. I've had them give birth in front of my accommodation and never seen it just after birth, but I got lucky once alone out in the field.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So there you have the little one starting to learn that behavior of standing head to rump, which is really neat. Is it? Now that's it. Wag your tail a little bit so you can swat the flies in Mum's face. Yeah, so critical, this this bond between a mother and youngster. Yeah, the bond between a mother and a youngster. It's always such a critical relationship for any animal, any mammal, any creature coming into the world. You can see how tactile they are in reasserting that that relationship. This little one has actually got its nose and face touching into Mum's side. And amazing the kind of effect it has on a mammal. A good old dose of feel-good hormones. Nothing like a bit of affection to achieve that. Well, from one family of zebras to a couple more stripy horses, let's go and have a look at what's happening in Mashatu.
Thanks, Liam. And of course, here across in Mashatu right now, and we really are being blessed with some action today. Of course, we've already had elephants, a family of vervet monkeys. We've got some impala walking off, and the star of the Botswanan show, the national animal, the zebra. So some heavy clouds off in the distance. We did get the audio of the zebra earlier when the elephant were present, so nice to have them anyway. And fantastic that they are blessing us with a nice sighting, and a very nice little harem of them as well. It's not often that we see them in numbers like this, generally 4 to 5, so relatively quite a big harem across here. Of course, some of the ducks and doves in the background. That's a little grebe. And some baboons, it seems, as well, coming through. So we really are getting blessed today. And you'll just be able to see the baboons starting to come through behind the zebra. And of course hearing a little bark or chirp at the moment too. There is something walking off in the distance. I just can't make it out at the moment. I do think it's perhaps one of the bigger baboons. Interesting to see how the dynamics change with all the baboons and the zebra around at the moment, but really fantastic to see everyone. And really a pleasant little sighting going on at the moment. So do you just want to have a closer look? So, of course, here in Mashatu, good numbers of baboon that are present. Of course, with both the Limpopo and Shashi rivers that are in the vicinity. So we do see them in good numbers, but also lots of fruit trees. The Mashatu tree itself, or Nyala berry, also helping with that. Numerous fig trees, the baobabs, many of the other little berries that are also present. Marulas too, of course. So a really fantastic area for all forms of wildlife. What a lovely scene playing out here. You can just hear the vocal of the lilac-breasted roller, which in fact used to be the Botswana national bird. In fact, is the Kori bustard. Haven't seen one of those around here for some time. Do get them in good numbers here though too. So fantastic. We are seeing the zebra at the moment anyway. You can just hear that little chirping going on between the baboons. Little chit chatter. Kind of just telling everyone who's around, the odd lip smack. I'm sure there will be some alu grooming or some social grooming just to cement social bonds too, but definitely some foraging going on at the moment as well. Perhaps some argy-bargy between these two zebra here. Got an awesome harem of the zebra at the moment. How long they'll hang around? And I'm not too sure if anyone really knows that the crocodile is back, so it'll be interesting to see how this all starts to unfold going forward too. So we'll be able to pick up the vocalizations of those baboons. That very much is them. It looks like our zebra being a little wary and cautious at the moment. And obviously some of our Egyptian geese on one of the spur wings right here in the water. So I think them just getting on, a little bit of the ablutions going on there, possibly spooking the zebra a little bit. I did notice it yesterday across in Etosha and Okakuyo that when the zebra were drinking and the Egyptian goose was kind of wading past it, it did freak them out a little bit. Not something they really enjoyed, so something just to watch. Of course, the interaction with animals and the different species, always interesting to take in and watch. So it does look like we will be saying farewell to the prison ponies. Of course, these plain zebra are slowly starting to move off. So quite clearly, the zebra are looking at these two geese. Still some baboon running through the bush towards us, and we'll track and keep some track on where that troop moved off to now. We're just enjoying some final scenes with the zebra. I do just also want to check, perhaps the croc is out around from the corner. And that also might be what is spooking the zebra a little bit. But I don't think we'll be able to see. I do think it is the geese that is spooking the zebra a tad. But that could be very wrong. Of course, we can't see through the vegetation. Let's just keep a tab on our zebra before they do move off. So lots of green Cameroptera in the background. Just can pick up that audio at the moment. An awesome little bird. Lovely little red eye. Little grey head, some white, some yellow, some olive on it. Very prevalent around water sources and along river courses as well. But it does look like our zebra is slowly pushing off. So we'll go and keep track on our baboon troop that decided to join us and enter the fray. Just watching the end of our zebra move off, of course, just taking in some of the scenes with the Egyptian goose and spurwing goose. Also a dab chick there, so nice to have 3 waterfowl with us as well. Of course, enjoying some of the zebra action that we've been afforded here. So a very busy day here in Mashatu. It's been some time since we have been this busy. Our zebra have moved off now, and it's time for us just to follow up with where those baboons have got to. As I said, it's quite a good possibility of them still being in the shade here, and instead of foraging, actually engaging in some alu grooming. Simon, and the largest privately owned game reserve, to my understanding, is actually Mala Mala in the Sabi Sands, and that is in South Africa. And just talking about South Africa itself, that would be the biggest private game reserve in South Africa. But that's to my understanding. Perhaps Tswalu might now be bigger, but to my understanding, Mala Mala is the biggest private game reserve in South Africa. Now some impala with us. And I'm just trying to scan around, pick up and see where those baboons might have got off to. I always love spending time with baboons. Like elephant, I find them very, very sentient. And always lots going on with them. It's never a dull moment. Always something interesting to observe with baboons when they are around. It does look like they might have headed into this thicker vegetation that is off to us. Just enjoying a moment to forage. Another one of our spurwing geese. Some quelea as well. So good to see the quelea numbers picking up after all that rain. And it looks like our baboon have moved off. This is where the vervet monkeys were earlier. And I cannot see any baboons anymore. So let us go and chill with our impala for a second. Nice to have the common impala in shot or frame for a moment. As we did get an awesome sighting, or have an awesome sighting of the black-faced impala earlier too. So our impala seem to have also moved off now. But great audio at the moment. Really cool. The clouds do seem like they're building up here. And perhaps throughout the course of the evening, there might be more rain to be expected. But this waterhole has definitely increased in terms of water levels. I can hear some guinea fowl coming through now as well. So we'll try and pick up them. It's very possible that they're behind us as well, so do bear with me. So not alarming, but definitely being vocal, the guinea fowl. Here are some more impala, so we'll just sit with them. Perhaps maybe one or two of those guinea fowl have heard or seen. That sounds like a bit of an alarm call now. Perhaps they've seen the croc. Ooh, let me go back here. Sounds like someone's not too happy there in the guinea fowl world. And perhaps that has got to do with the crocodile. Hi Lenny, so I'll have to check that up for you, but definitely less than the zebra population of Etosha. Mshatu isn't really well known for grassland, hence why there aren't buffalo found here either. And the numbers of wildebeest are also substantially lower than in other areas because of that too. So I do just want to check out, because I'm sure there is a game census. We'll get back to you. But for example, and there, actually I think I can make out one of those guinea fowls just in the bush there. The elephant population up in Etosha is around 2,000 elephants, and here is around 800 elephants. So you can assume also with it being far smaller, that the numbers are also smaller. So Lenny, I do just need to find a game census. I'm not too sure if I'll be able to access one at the moment, but I'll try and get back to you. It does seem like it's starting to rain here in Mashatu, and you can see the impala all starting to move into the thickets because of that. So interestingly enough, just since November, and within one rainstorm there was roughly around 55 mils of rain that fell, and it was recorded, and the highest recording of it was just north of here. So it's around this area, and it did cause rather large amounts of erosion as well in areas. So a lot of anti-erosion measures, I'm sure, would have now be put into place within and throughout Mashatu and the Tuli block too. But the rain definitely starting to come down, and you will notice that these animals will start to head under the foliage, kind of get out of the rain where they can. So sorry Lenny, my impala have moved off, and I can't seem to find accurate numbers with regards to the animal census up here at the moment, but that's in particular on the zebra, so I'll have to do some scratching around for you. But safe to assume far less than 15,000 odd up in Etosha. And just interestingly enough, it is actually the impala that form the majority of the prey species for a lot of the predators. There are known to be around 152 odd lions here, but that does include cubs. Generally, we only start to include sub-adults into a population once we start to take in predator numbers as well. So that's in most areas, or actually in any area, just because cubs are obviously far more vulnerable. If you can see the size of the rain here, it is definitely sizable. And it does look like at least good rain for now. If it is consistent and steady like this is the kind of rain that is generally always thought of as the best rain for an area, just because it does allow for the water then to seep through the surface and down, and then it obviously does supply some sustenance. So when we do get big deluges and downpours, that does then and cause a lot of erosion in areas. So you'll even see there on that bank, that is a little bit of erosion that is occurring there at the moment. And that would be because of large amounts of rainfall that would fall over a short period of time on, say, hard ground or substrate. That would then lead to a lot of surface runoff and erosion then being occurred after that. So we generally want large numbers of rain over a period of time as opposed to a short period of time, so that the areas then can actually saturate properly and the ground can saturate properly.
What is your role at EcoTraining? Tell us more. I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, you know, just connecting.
I'm just trying to pick up on any of these smaller little seed eaters that are here. I think perhaps one or two weavers, of course the quailias. I did think I maybe saw a little bee eater as well, so it would have been quite cool if we could have got that. But yes, it does seem that everything else is, and has tried to find as much shelter as possible. You can just start to pick out the audio of some of those foam nest frogs. And let's just see if we can't pick up any of these little birds that are here. So you'll just start to hear and pick up on all that thunder. And with that all starting to come through, let us go and check in again with Andrew down in Amakhala.
Well, that's pretty awesome. I see it's raining out in Mashatu with a bit of thunder and lightning, which is quite nice because I haven't seen that when I was on the dam cameras, so definitely something new to be seen there. But we're still watching these buffaloes, and they are pretty much still doing what they were doing before, just slowly moving around. Some of them are ruminating, others are sleeping. And then here's that nice big gentleman that we've been watching a little bit. This is a beautiful example of a big bull. And it's quite nice here that things are starting to slowly get green again after the rain we had yesterday. It's that quick. I mean, you can flick your fingers and it's that quick. So getting nice and green, and they're taking advantage of that now because there are zebras that come out this way, as well as warthog and black wildebeest, and they're going to graze that grass as well. So I think buffalo would like to have a bit of that while it's available. But they are going to feed quite a bit. they do bulk graze. So in a period of time, depending on the size of the group of buffalo, they really can reduce an area almost to ground level, not the soil, but just the snippings, which is quite good for the environment, because as soon as there's any hint of moisture in the form of rain or heavy dew, things start to get slightly green again, opposed to the grasses that have lived for a few months. Then they tend to lose a lot of their sweet value, and a lot of the animals tend to avoid those, but not the green grass. That is sweet and very good for them. Oh, some nice flowers that are growing here with a, looks like a brown veined white butterfly right at the bottom. I'm not sure what the name of those flowers are. There's quite a few that are popping up after since I was here last. And that's one thing with wildflowers, they are tricky to identify, and I've always respected people that do focus on wildflowers and really get good at it, because the only way you can do that is by spending time with those flowers that aren't available for very long. As quick as they grow is as quick as they die off again, and they're gone for the season, and sometimes multiple seasons later they might pop up depending on the environment and the circumstances of the environment. So there's a few nice sized bulls in here. There's another one there. This one can sort of get a bit bigger horns than that, but very close to being at its maximum. Now it's interesting, I've actually seen a buffalo a few years ago when its horns were almost as wide as this entire vehicle. It was about 47 inches from tip to tip was estimated, which was a very large one. But out in East Africa, the buffaloes out there, their horn spread is ginormous. And I believe there's an individual with what is believed to be about 60 inches apart in the horn spread. And if you want to give that a Google, they've named that buffalo Horizon, if you want to have a look at what he looks like. Ginormous, ginormous buffalo. So you will notice with having heavy horns like these individuals have, their neck needs to be pretty well developed to carry those horns. And then also they're going to use that strong neck to spar and fight. And the males with the bigger neck tend to have a lot more power. One of the directors, Morgan, has noticed the buffalo right in the back there has got quite curly horns, almost like a wig in a way. Look at this. This is just something else, eh? It's nice that BK can get nice and close, and you can actually see how they actually use their tongues to wrap bundles of grass before they pluck it out with sometimes their tongues and then put it in the mouth. Other times they'll use their lips just to snip the grass. Having a smell. There's something I have noticed about buffalo in the past is that usually, you know, if lions have walked in an area or predators have walked in an area, buffaloes pick up the smell fairly quickly, and I think the reason for that is they spend so much time with their head down on the ground, you know, grazing, that if a predator did leave a scent here, which they do, buffaloes, they do pick it up quite quickly. And we can tell by their behavior that they have smelled something that they don't particularly like. Right. Now, while we have been sitting here, I did spot that one female buffalo with that sort of white tip on her nose, but I don't see her now. But there are quite a few big adult individuals that are grazing right now. If she's amongst them, I just need to wait for her to pop her nose up, and if I see her, I'll definitely show you. And she's doing well. She's happy here. And her nose not so sunburned today as it was the last time I saw her in that blistering heat of the day. Shame her white tip of the nose was actually pink in color, getting a little bit sunburned. Now, I have actually seen a white buffalo before. Can you believe it? Imagine seeing a white buffalo. It was in the Eastern Cape, and definitely they do carry a recessive gene from time to time. And I think it's actually very rare recordings to see white buffalo, but I have seen one. I'm quite lucky. Just picking up audio of a red-billed oxpecker that is somewhere here. I don't see it at the moment. The pole's in the way there. Alright, so the pole is in the way, but we'll probably see some more. Yeah, let's do that. We're just going to start up the vehicle, see if we can't just get onto the road here, and we can see that buffalo with the oxpecker. How's that, BK? A little bit more, yeah. Okay. There we go. Good shot, yeah? So, let's see if we can take a look there. Hopefully it hasn't flown off and got onto the ones that we were just at. There we go. There's a beautiful sighting of a red-billed oxpecker. And for those that know the Eastern Cape well, you will probably be aware that red-billed oxpeckers were very low in numbers, and they actually went extinct for a while. And as guides and naturalists of the reserve, we do really enjoy and get excited when we see red-billed oxpeckers every single time we see them. Now, we know of the history that a few hundred years ago, being quite a vast cattle farming area, a lot of the cattle would have been dipped for ticks and parasites, and sadly there was a secondary knock-on effect with the red-billed oxpecker. They ate the ticks, got the poison, and they perished. But over the years they have made quite a nice comeback, and I think they need a little bit of help as well. I think they were reintroduced, and their numbers are doing not too bad at all. But historically, the red-billed oxpecker was never a very common oxpecker to be seen in the Eastern Cape environments. They were around, but not like up in the northern parts. Very special birds, very important for buffalo. As I've mentioned before, buffaloes are not good at grooming their bodies, so what they do is they'll lie in mud, and they do rely very much on red-billed oxpeckers to just help them along the way. And if you ever get to see red-billed oxpeckers or any oxpecker of sorts actually removing ticks, you will notice that they don't pluck out ticks, because plucking usually leaves half the body inside, which is not good for the buffalo, and the red-billed oxpecker essentially is getting half a meal. So the red-billed oxpecker has learnt to comb the ticks off the body. They gently comb the fur or the skin, efficiently removing ticks without leaving the head behind. I know Alex is probably watching the screen right now, being on the dam cameras. Just let you know, Alex, I have heard right now one of the birds that you are really hoping to see one day, and that's the olive woodpecker. So Alex, when you got some time, come and join us out here. I'll try and get you some of those that you are hoping to see. And of course Morgan and all the other directors, when you got some time, we will welcome you here with open arms and show you this beautiful Amakhala Game Reserve. Wow, just look at that weather system that's busy here forming just above the buffalo. Looks a bit ominous, eh? What do you think? It's sort of similar to what it looked like yesterday. Yesterday was some really rough stuff. Yeah, yesterday, that storm we faced yesterday was incredible. Incredible. Actually, when we packed the vehicle this morning, there was a pool of water in the back of the vehicle, a few centimeters deep. Our radio managed to get water soaked, so we need to make a plan and get a new radio. And then our jackets were soaked to the bone. And just hear an African black cuckoo in the distance calling. This. And then the rest of the call is. And if you use your imagination and make a word association to that, it's almost like the bird is saying, I'm so sad. But definitely no reason to be sad out here. The bush is a very special place. Right, I'm going to send you all, also in the Eastern Cape, not too far from us. It's Liam in Kariega, who has some eland he wants to show you.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to Kariega, where the breeze, a slight breeze has picked up, so do forgive us if there's a bit of distortion, but we've now shifted the attention. It's fairly quiet here at Scotia Waterhole today. Not a huge amount of activity. Got a couple of elands now just resting in the plain. I'm going to keep a watchful eye just out of screen here. There's that yellow-billed duck is still around, and she occasionally pops her head out for a few minutes at a time. And I'd really love to show you the little ones. Let's have a look at these eland for a moment though. They all seem to be taking a bit of a nice siesta in the middle of the open. They really don't mind eland. They really don't mind the heat of the day. They can be found often resting up in the middle of an open space without any shade. So they've got really incredible abilities to tolerate heat stress, much like another species that one might find further up in the Kalahari and Etosha. And that's the oryx, exceptional at taking on excess heat. Just glancing back at the water here, it looks like our yellow-billed duck female has come out. I'm just going to see if we can try and get a glimpse. She might come out for us. It is really quite a nice scene with these little ones. Where are you? Oh dear, don't tell me. Oh Murphy, every time I try to show you the yellow-billed ducks, they seem to go behind some vegetation. So it looks like she has moved off to behind this grass here. She did briefly come out with the youngsters. Alas. Keep on trying, keep on trying. Looks like a zebra appears to be coming down towards the water. Also listening to some banging tunes there. Behind? No, he's enjoying a bit of graze. Yeah, this breeze seems to have shifted a little bit. to a slight southeaster, which is nice and quite nice and cool. It's brought along with it a slightly thicker layer of cloud. You can almost get a sense that you're on the coast here, in that the air is got a certain amount of humidity to it, which is quite pleasant. It's okay on a day like today when there's not too much sun about, but boy, when that sun comes out, turns into a little bit of a soup bowl down here in the valley, and everybody rocks up at the waterhole. That's yesterday was certainly a buzz with that heat, and after that incredible deluge last night, I think there will be also a good number of temporary waterholes now, so a lot of the animals would be a bit more dispersed now, as they do in so many of these drier environments, should I say, the likes of Mashatu and Etosha. When the rains come, animals tend to disperse. Oh, there you are. There's the yellow-billed duck. Thank you, Mr. Zebra, or Mrs. Zebra, sorry. She is one heavily pregnant zebra, that. And there you have it, folks. The little family of yellow-billed ducks I've been so desperately trying to show you have finally been chased out of the woodworks. Lovely. Yeah, so these little chicks, I don't imagine to be just a few days old, and there are 4 of them. Sticking close to Mum, who's going to be showing them where to find the right food. So nice to finally lock onto these. So remember, even if you're missing some of the main parts of the stories during Escape to Nature today, you can always go and download the Wild Earth app, where you'll be able to find the best bits of the day. Every day we take little snippets of the best highlights of the day during Escape to Nature, as well as the morning and afternoon safari, and we include it in best bits for your viewing pleasure at leisure. Just so easy. Download the app, and once the app is downloaded, you'll see the highlights of the day. slightly larger vegetarian, the Egyptian goose, of course. They will feed both in water and on land, where they do actually a very good job at cropping grass near the water's edge. Of course, if you've got a swimming pool in the suburbs with a nice green lawn, makes for a perfect habitat for an Egyptian goose. One of the reasons why they've done so well in suburbia. We simply just create wonderful habitat for them. I've got to love that age-old expression, nature abhors vacuum, where an ecosystem is created in one way or form, it will get filled by not only the intended species but everything else that just so happens to also utilize that space. Have a look at Scotia Waterhole. There's some zebras, there's Egyptian geese, there's little yellow-billed ducks, there's a family of dab chicks. It's a community. It's each swimming pool could be seen as a community, and that's why you're finding more and more actually. It's an amazing trend. I'm quite a fan. Is these chlorine-free pools? There are quite some stunning examples of it online, which you can always go and have a look at. They basically borrow the concepts of a waterhole such as Scotia, and they try and recreate these little ecosystems out of a swimming pool that can be used by, well, humans to swim in. And except they don't use chlorine, which is of course quite a harsh chemical, and it creates quite a sterile environment. But a green or chlorine-free swimming pool does not, and you can support a number of little wild creatures in that, and there are means and ways of keeping your algae and those other bits at bay within that ecosystem, so long as it's a good amount of moving water, well oxygenated. You won't have any of those problems associated with a chlorinated pool. And I mean, who couldn't resist a wonderful plunge into one of Mother Nature's beautiful settings with a little rock pool or a little river? How more invigorating would it be to, just be plunging in a bit of nature? Well, I'm glad I managed to find these yellow-billed ducks for you. We will keep on tracking the progress of our youngsters. In the meantime, let's go and have a look at what Alex has got for you over in Djuma.
Thanks, Liam. And what I do have is some more baboon, and quite clearly a very young baboon. Because when baboons are really young, and this being just about a newborn, their coats are rather dark and of course very pink as well. So this one can't be more than a couple of days old, and very awesome. But and you can just see that, just lifting his arms up, his fingers as well, really cool. I'm saying a he, but it could very well be a she, but really cute. And there we go. Mom coming to have a look. A little bit of aloe grooming going through here. And this is obviously to cement the bond between babe and mom. And characteristically, the baboons will carry their babies on their backs as well. But this one just trying to get the hand on life, or a hand on life, meeting the rest of the others. So perhaps that isn't mom. This one over here could be. But free enough to follow a young cousin and still figuring out what life is. And unfortunately for baboons, they do get such a bad rap, but they really are so special and sentient, and they really are kind of facing a kind of silent extinction. And in particular, down on the Cape Peninsula, where they really are treated with quite contempt, and the solutions that have come about for management of baboon populations really are inadequate, and they definitely do need some thinking. So it is something that I hope the greater collective can get behind, because they are obviously vital to our natural environments, and they obviously were here before us. So things like the management of waste, and that do need to improve, as well as the kind of stock standard response of just shooting baboons on sight in the Cape in particular. It does need to change. So mindsets do need to change, and better ecological practices do need to come into play as well. It is vital that we do have them as well down there in the Cape, but across all environments. And I'm not only just bringing up the Cape, in all provinces of South Africa, they really are vilified, and better management of them does need to occur. So it is something for everyone to kind of take on board, because they all animals do deserve their place in the natural world. So very sentient, and just getting to spend some time with a real young babe like this, you can actually see the social bond that goes on within baboon troops as well. So awesome. And there's a second one that's just under that mom over there, and I'll go and follow her. You'll just see it under on her stomach, just as I said, suckling at the moment. So 2 real young baboons here within this troop at the moment. So fantastic to see that. Really, really awesome. So fantastic to see this. Really, really cool. And just being able to ingrain and involve ourselves within this troop dynamic and behavior. Very, very cool. Also just picked up some audio of one of those white-bellied sunbirds. Also lovely to hear as well. But please do consider, if you do happen to be traveling around this December and you do see baboons, or if you are in the Cape, to start taking a different thought pattern around protecting these individuals. They do really make South Africa iconic, and they do deserve to be protected as much as all wildlife does. So just nice that we're able to wrap up like this, and fantastic to be able to see some young baboons. And as I was mentioning earlier, with regards to monkeys, and that baboons really are not violent or aggressive towards human beings. Of course, if there's low calorific food and that kind of thing available, they will try and take that. Of course, they can be rather intense when that is the case, but by no means is there really aggression that is shown. It's actually vervet monkeys that are far more aggressive towards human beings than baboons. So something to also just take into account. When you do see baboons, they generally don't want to be anywhere near humans, but if food and waste is on offer for them, they are highly intelligent, and of course they will take that available food with them as well. Opportunistic like all animals. So just a really awesome scene unfolding at the moment. Lovely to see baboons kind of foraging a little bit, but mostly taking the opportunity to rest, and probably due to a little bit of the cooler weather that is around at the moment. This mom does look like she's having a sleep while the baby does suckle. So just cool to watch. Very cool scenes. the ever-present Hadedas as well. And the baboons slowly starting to move off. But lovely to see. Awesome to have them with us. Just watching the social interaction at the moment. I can't see any of the males. But great to watch. Always cool listening to the little chitter and chattering of the baboons as well. Get a closer look on them now as well too. So always awesome to watch baboons drinking. Of course, they bend over like that and get their snouts just on the surface of the water. And then obviously drink their fill. But really, really quite cool. And of course, we've just seen a number of the little ones. And you can just see that little babe there as this mom walks off now. I will keep track of her. But, just to put it into perspective, a baboon that is effectively 97% human being in terms of DNA structure. They have a gestation period of around 6 months, so effectively 2/3 of a human gestation. So human gestation obviously being around 9 months. So interesting to note, but very, very cool. And obviously in the wild, there's quite a nice big boy that is moving around. Known to live up to around 30 odd years of age. But really intimidating. Those canines, and in particular on this male over here, will be larger than a leopard's canines. Really quite cool. Awesome to watch this. Mom making sure the babe doesn't get away. Possibly a cousin saying, I'll look after it. But not being allowed to just yet. A little bit of allo grooming going on, and this is obviously hugely vital within baboon troops. Because it does keep the social hierarchies and the rest obviously in order. And also helps cement bonds throughout the troop as well. So very cool. Really enjoying this. But, we are sadly getting towards that time of the day where we do have to start closing down. But after a very slow start up in Okaukuejo today, we have really ended off on a bang. And we've had lots going on throughout the course of the day. Awesome sightings, lots of birds. Of course, quite a primate-filled day as well, if you consider vervets and baboons here and in Mashatu. And really spectacular. But it is sadly that time of the day that we do have to say cheerio. And thank you for tuning in. Of course, Escape to Nature is back tomorrow. Penguin Beach follows. And we do have the Christmas bingo kicking off this afternoon. But from myself, Alex, the rest of the naturalists and the MC, thank you for joining us. And if everyone is traveling around and getting around for the festive season, I do wish you safe travels and a very Merry Christmas, because I will be seeing you after Christmas. But fantastic scenes to finish this off. And cheerio, have a wonderful afternoon.